That's you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Welcome to our City Commission meeting of February 11th. We had a celebration last week that has engendered some controversy. After hearing and receiving some concerns about my remarks during the NAACP Black History Month proclamation, I want to publicly clarify my intentions. If you were one of those who felt offended or embarrassed by my remarks, I publicly apologize to you. Let me be clear. I am not a racist, as some have stated, and have never used race to judge anyone, not in my personal life, nor my professional life as a physician for 41 years here in Panama City, nor in my policies when serving as your mayor. My life as a Christian has taught me to revere all people as God's creation. At a time like this, we must stand together against anyone not seeking unity among the citizens of Panama City. We all need each other to succeed in this life. We're going to start with an opening prayer with Reverend James Barker, and then Eddie Cook is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So could you all please stand?
Mr. Mayor, I do not see Reverend Barker.
I didn't think I saw him either.
Maybe ask Reverend Wood to do the prayer, sir.
Pardon me?
Maybe ask Reverend Wood to do the prayer.
Reverend Wood? Can you serve as an interim preacher here for a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Good idea, thank you.
Let us pray. O Lord, who was, who is, and who is to come, O God, in whom we live, move, and have our being, we come boldly before your throne of grace. And as we come, O God, we come with adoration to acknowledge to you that you are God, you're so great, you're so awesome. We love you, we bless you, we honor you, and we adore you. We always come, God, not only with adoration, but always with appreciation, because you told us to enter into your gates with thanksgiving. So today we come thanking you. We thank you for being who you are. You're such a great and awesome God. We come, God, to thank you for all of the great and mighty things that you've done. Now we thank you for this day, and we thank you for the blessings of this day. Thank you, dear God, now that you've allowed us to assemble together in this place. We pray as we come today, oh God, that you will bless our officials of this city, oh God, be with them, Lord, and all of their decisions and all of the deliberations that's before them. We thank you, God, for the citizens of Panama City. We pray, God, that you would bless us. We pray that you would bless this city, oh God. And Lord, we pray that you would knit our hearts together with cords that cannot be broken. We thank you, God, even for the words of Dr. King, who taught us that we must learn to live together as brothers and sisters, or else we will perish together as fools. Remind us, God, that we can do so much more together than we can alone. Bless this time together today. And as always, we would pray that you would go above and beyond our prayer, because you are our God and you're able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or think. This is our prayer in the matchless, marvelous, majestic, miraculous, and mighty name of your Son, our Savior, Jesus the Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Wood. Eddie Cook, can you come forward?
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, please be seated. Smith, can you call the roll, please?
Mayor Rowan?
Here.
Commissioner Lucas?
Present.
Commissioner Granger?
Present.
Commissioner Street?
Here.
Commissioner Halligus called and said she'll be a few minutes late.
Okay, you all have the minutes of the last meeting. Would anyone make a motion to approve of these minutes?
To approve. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. Moving on, number 4, are there any additions, deletions, or modifications of today's agenda?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Staff has one. Would like to add an item at the very end of the city manager section. Consideration to authorize the city to purchase a 20 by 95-foot portion of 3900 West 16th Street in order to relocate pump station number 16.
So that will be number 14F.
F.
14F, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
I'll motion to make the addition.
Second.
Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
That's all from staff, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, I would like to add an addition. I would like to add a workshop on the transportation impact fee. We had one workshop, and there were many people that attended that workshop, and I don't think they all were heard. And one of the things they had asked me, and I think they asked everybody there at the meeting, is if they couldn't have at least one more workshop, maybe even a couple more, because this is an important item that has to do with the growth of our city. So I would like to add that. Is there a motion to add a workshop on transportation fee to the agenda? All right, well, seeing none, I'm going to pass the gavel. I'm going to pass the gavel to Ms. Lucas, the Mayor Pro Tem. And I would like to make a motion to add a workshop on the transportation impact fee to coming events here in the Panama City. Is there I'm sorry. It goes, I'm sorry, Ms. Lucas, the ball's in your hand.
That's okay, that's okay. There's a motion to add a workshop or discussion of a workshop for a transportation impact fee. Is there a second? Motion's been made to have a discussion today about a second workshop transportation impact fee, and it has been seconded. Is there discussion?
If I may, Madam Mayor, I just would seek clarification if we're talking about a workshop with the elected officials or with staff. Staff had one. We're going to have another one. We said that at the meeting. Everyone came up to the mic. I gave everyone multiple times. So if someone wasn't heard, I'm not sure how that happened. We had probably a 2.5 hour workshop with folks, and we're going to circle back in a couple of weeks, maybe in early March, and have another one. So I just would want clarity in this motion if it's for staff to have another one or if it's to the elected officials.
All right, since I was the originator, I would say it's for one just like we had before. And they asked you at that meeting about having another workshop, and it seemed to me you kind of hemmed and hawed and never said anything. So that's the reason that this is coming up, and that's the reason I brought it up.
And since I seconded,
Yes, ma'am.
I wouldn't quite have put it in the words that the mayor did, because I do think that you were willing to meet with people again. But I think some people I think there was a little bit of maybe needing a more than just a few selected people. And so that's the only reason I would agree that maybe after we've gone back to the table. But I'm not sure that needs to happen until there's a discussion up here about what we all saw at the workshop. But I would second another level of workshop, not staff, not elected officials, because it was nice to just sit there and listen. But I think after the feedback that they got, I think they just wanted to see if there was another, what the polished look is going to be like. And I think that maybe the concern is that some people wouldn't have their voices heard in that second round. So if there's another, that's the reason I supported a second, in case there's, but I would think you need to bring it back to us as well to see, how we think it should be shaped. Here.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that would be, I would assume, at the second reading. Because we've
Further
tabled the
discussion?
second reading.
So you're already doing another workshop with staff? That's already happening?
It's not scheduled yet. We have a meeting internal with staff next week to compile everything that we have, and then hearing those recommendations from the folks. And then we'll have another workshop, like I said, probably early part of March.
Yeah. So I don't see any reason to discuss it further.
As long as anybody that wants to be included, if you open that up, whatever format you think works, Jonathan, is fine with me. I just think you probably should have another.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Halagus, is that a withdrawal of your second?
Well, isn't it the same thing? If it's the same, if we're going to have a workshop regardless, then yes, I'll withdraw.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
do you still see a need for us to have a discussion?
I think we should have another workshop, but if there's no second, it sounds like the commission doesn't agree with me and wants to skip that.
If I may, the Commissioner Halagus has withdrawn her second after hearing from the city manager that there will be a second meeting.
Okay, will the second meeting be like a workshop? I guess I didn't understand completely. So it will be a workshop, but no staff. So we listen to the people.
So
I think that's what she said.
If I understand what you requested was a second workshop, just like the one that was held, that same format. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, but I'm willing to amend my request and have a meeting like Commissioner Halagus said, where we don't have the elected officials. We could be there, but we wouldn't be in any official capacity. And we would have the staff would be there and interested stakeholders would be there.
So, Mr. Manager, is that what you are saying will happen?
Yes, ma'am. Just same one as last time.
So with that, do you still see a need that we need to discuss it further today?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Motion moved, second, withdrawn, discussed, over. Back to you.
You
job.
You done good. Okay. Moving on. I would like to add, I think that we have an item 14B, which has engendered a lot of discussion, and I would like to add a time of audience participation immediately before 14B. So this would be a second audience participation before 14B, which I think all of you will agree is pretty controversial. So that's what I would like. Is there a motion to humor me and have the extra audience participation at 14B?
I'm fine with that.
Is there a motion?
Are you moving it?
Who's got
14B.
No,
where do you want to
we're
move it
adding it. Adding another one.
Oh, no.
Okay. Ms. Lucas, you get the gavel again. I would like to make a motion to add an extra audience participation before 14B because I think it has been unfairly described and I think it's extremely controversial.
Is there a second to the motion to add audience participation for a second time before agenda item 14B? The motion dies for lack of a second.
Thank you. We are now moving to 5A, the recognition of our Assistant City Manager, Jared Jones, as an ICMA credentialed manager by FCCMA District Representative Eddie Cook. So Eddie Cook is going to come forward and he's going to make a proclamation for our Assistant City Manager. And you have to explain what all that alphabet soup is there.
Yes, we love acronyms in Florida. Good morning. As most of you know me, I am the city manager for the city of Callaway, but I also currently serve as the District 1 Director for the Florida City and County Managers Association, which is known as FCCMA. The FCCMA is the Florida division of the International Local Government Management Organization, also known as ICMA. Love acronyms. Today is a very proud day for Panama City, Bay County, and also the state of Florida, as Jared Jones has received his designation as a credentialed city manager by the ICMA. Mr. Jones is one of over 1,300 local government management professionals currently credentialed through the ICMA, and he is one of only 158 in the state of Florida. ICMA's mission is to advance professional and local government through leadership, management, innovation, and ethics by increasing the proficiency of appointed chief administrative officer, assistant administrators, and other employees who serve local governments and regional entities around the world. The organization currently has over 13,000 members in 27 countries. To receive the prestigious ICMA credential, a member must have significant experience as a senior management, executive in local government, earned a degree, and demonstrated a commitment to high standards of integrity and a lifelong learning and professional development. Mr. Jones completed ICMA's 2-year leadership development program, and additionally, Mr. Jones has served with the Florida City and County Management Association committees during his tenure, and I would love to say that he has assisted me a ton with my responsibilities as the District 1 Director. So, on behalf of ICMA and the FCCMA, it is with great pleasure to present the Credentialed Manager Certificate to not only a very great manager, but a great friend, Mr. Jared Jones.
I had to hoot and holler to make you red. Look at that.
I think y'all should make him give a speech, actually. Oh, there it is. That's it.
Thank you, Eddie. Community announcements. The City of Panama City wants you to stay informed with the latest happenings. We encourage you to participate in our diverse range of events, programs, and meetings. These are designed to foster a dynamic and connected community. For more details and updates, please visit our website at www.panamacity.gov, or you can also follow the City of Panama City Facebook page. We are excited to announce the official launch of our new mass notification system called Civic Ready. This crucial tool is designed to enhance the way we communicate with not only the public, but also our employees through targeted messaging for instant impact. This system will allow us to share important messages regarding any significant events in our city, such as boil water notices, road closures, city news, project updates, and much more. This initiative has been a top quality as part of our commitment to streamlining communications services. It ensures we can quickly and effectively relay critical information, keeping people informed and up to date on matters that may impact them or the community. We believe this will help foster stronger, more transparent relationships with all of our citizens. Sign up today for the general alert categories by texting Panama City to 38276, or head over to our website, www.panamacity.gov, and you can select the Notify Me button on the home page to subscribe to the categories that matter the most to you. The City of Panama City has also launched a new recurring newsletter, the Panama City Tide. This newspaper aims to keep our residents and citizens informed as the city shifts and changes, just like the tide. We'll bring you the latest updates, events, and decisions from your local government, offering clear, timely, and accurate information on city initiatives, services, and important issues that affect our community. Just as the tides are ever changing, so too is our city, and we're here to keep you connected to it all. The newsletter will be posted to the city website on the last business day of the month, and copies will be available at City Hall for citizens to pick up. Additionally, citizens can subscribe via the city's website, Notify Me portal, to receive the newsletter in their inbox when it is published. This work is from Kristen Kennedy, and she's done a great job, so please go to that City of Panama City Tide and get the latest information. The City of Panama City Community Redevelopment Agency will host 4 public meetings called CRA Socials. These will include the attendance by city staff, CRA board members, and the ward commissioner. These events aim to introduce the CRA staff and ward commissioner to the community, highlight the department's role and benefits, and gather community feedback on future projects. During these meetings, after introducing and explaining the different department operations, attendees will be divided into groups and given maps, budgets, and guidelines to allocate funds for community projects. The Millville's District's meeting will be held today at 5:30 p.m. at the Daffin Park Clubhouse. The Downtown District's meeting will occur on Thursday at 5:30 p.m. in room 10 of City Hall. The St. Andrews District's meeting will occur on March 3rd at the historic St. Andrews Church. So please come and see what's going on in your area, see what the CRA is doing. Join us on February 12th at 1 p.m. at the City Hall Rotunda for the Labor of Love Through Music event. This is a special celebration of Black History Month. This unique music showcase features talented local artists who will provide soul-stirring solo performances. Experience the powerful expressions of our cultural heritage through music, impactful spoken word, and the expressive voices of our community. Don't miss this opportunity to connect you with history and culture through the universal language of music. There's still time to sign up for Little League Spring Baseball. Don't miss the chance to join the only Little League in Bay County. The registration deadline is February 14th. Come and play in a league where dreams can grow big. This is your opportunity to potentially compete in the Little League World Series. Grab your glove and join a community of passionate young athletes and supportive families. Let's make this season unforgettable. Explore your artistic potential at the Panama City Art Club. This is open to experienced artists and beginners. It's the perfect opportunity to engage in painting, drawing, and sketching in a supportive and inspiring environment. The club meets every Wednesday from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Frank Nelson Clubhouse. Attendance is free, and participants are welcome to bring their own supplies or borrow some that are available at the club. This is a great way to connect with fellow artists, share your techniques, or even learn something new. For additional information, please contact Heather Gibson at 850-532-9031. We encourage all interested community members to join us and let their creativity flourish. Stretching for Seniors. This is a program returning to the Glenwood Community Center. It's led by instructor Olga Correa. This program takes place every Tuesday from 9 to 10 a.m. Stretching is an accessible activity that offers numerous advantages for us old folks. It requires minimal equipment, and it provides the flexibility to be performed in any setting. We invite all seniors to join this beneficial program to take a step towards a healthier life. All right, now we move to public hearings. I think that's you, Jonathan.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Item 6A is the first of 2 public hearings on Ordinance 3260, an ordinance amending Section 105-11, recreational vehicle and boat storage of the Unified Land Development Code. As background information, at their regular City Commission meeting on September 12th of 2024, the Commission directed staff to research the code requirements related to recreational vehicles and boat storage on residential property. Staff provided the Commission a memorandum dated November 22nd, 2024 with their findings. Staff was ultimately directed to request amending Section 105-11. The Planning Board heard the request at their December 9th, 2024 meeting. Staff was asked to make several edits to the text amendment. Staff revised the amendment and brought it again before the Planning Board for consideration on January 13th of 2025. The Planning Board approved the text amendment with additional revisions unanimously. Staff recommends the City Commission adopt the ordinance. The following documents are enclosed: Ordinance 3260, the staff analysis report and recommendation, the memorandum on boat and recreation requirements, as well as a frequently asked questions that Director of Development Services Michael Fuller put together. Provided copies at each of your positions this morning, and it was emailed yesterday. And therefore, staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services that the City Commission conduct the first public hearing.
All right, do you need to say something? No. All right, this is a public hearing regarding changes in the recreational boat storage and unified development code. Would any member of the public wish to speak regarding this?
Walter P. Henry, 614 Maple Avenue. Do this also public property as well? Can you establish a piece of equipment on public property? So I know y'all got, I noticed at 98, between Kirkland and Maple, on the new boat ramp, been a boat sitting there for over a week. I don't know if they storing it there, or y'all got storage for that boat to be sitting there. If anybody else would do that, I guarantee you, if I did it, because it got a tag on it, y'all got the address, y'all got the name. If I did it, you've been there knocking on my door.
Thank you, Walter. Anyone else wish to speak to that?
I just want to say thank you.
Your name and address, your name and address, please.
I'm sorry. Russell Reynolds, 2921 Briarcliff Road, Panama City. And I just want to express my gratitude and thank you for taking the time to research this and the time to listen to the people and handling the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. We like those thank yous. Anybody else wish to speak to this? I think Walter asked if this could be other equipment. Is that how you read it, Jonathan?
Yes, sir. This only applies to residential property.
So it's only residential and it's only boats and RVs?
Correct. And we'll circulate in advance of the final, even by the end of this week, the frequently asked questions that Michael and his team put together. We'll work with Kristen to get that out as well.
Okay, and that's the first hearing, so there's going to be a second hearing before?
Yep, February 25th meeting, sir.
Thank you. Okay, good. All right.
Would you like me to read the title?
Yes, sir, I would love it. I can tell you want to.
I do.
I can tell you need to.
I'd like to read title Ordinance 3260, an ordinance of the City Commission of Panama City, Florida, amending the Unified Land Development Code, providing for major recreational equipment design standards on residential property, Section 116.3, providing for definitions, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. We are now moving on to 7A. I think that's, isn't that you?
It's a quasi-judicial hearing, so I'll defer to Ms. McSwain.
Good morning, thank you. During quasi-judicial proceedings, the commission will hear evidence and render a decision regarding the matter presented based upon the evidence received. The parties before the commission and the public are entitled to present evidence and cross-examine witnesses. All parties and witnesses will be under oath and the entire proceedings recorded. The commission is not bound by the strict rules of evidence and may consider any evidence which it deems relevant and trustworthy. Any member of the commission may ask questions of the parties or the witnesses. Since quasi-judicial proceedings are legal in nature, everyone is expected to adhere to proper courtroom decorum and etiquette. Any comments or objections should be directed to the mayor. The burden of proof in quasi-judicial proceedings rests with the applicant. Therefore, the applicant has the opportunity to address the commission last after all public participation and before the commission deliberates. At this time, for item 7A, I will swear in staff who will remain under oath during the entire proceedings. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Commission, there is only one quasi-judicial proceeding, so I would like to ask that you disclose any ex parte communication. This is communication received outside of this hearing that you intend to rely on, and it only needs to be stated in general.
I spoke with several of the people that are involved in this right away.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Item 7A is the first of two public hearings on Ordinance 3257, an ordinance to vacate and abandon the entire alleyway right-of-way easement located south of East 2nd Plaza, west of Main Avenue, east of Sherman Avenue, and northwest of East 2nd Street. As background information, the City Commission directed staff to proceed with processing the vacation of the entire alleyway right-of-way easement located to the south of East 2nd Plaza, west of Main Avenue, east of Sherman Avenue, and northwest of East 2nd Street at their regular meeting on January 14th of 2025. The Planning Board heard the request at the February 10th, 2025 meeting. The following documents are enclosed: Ordinance 3257, the staff analysis report and recommendation, and the maps, both aerial and location. Staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the first public hearing. And Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I'll just add, so you'll see the line from 2nd Plaza down to 2nd Court. Initially, we were only going to do half of that, but we recommend all of it now because of there's just no utilities, there's no reason to have access. Some of you might have heard comments about potentially extending it even further south past 2nd Court all the way down to 2nd Street. But as you'll note on the map, that is not what we're recommending. So any conversations about that are not relevant because that's not recommendation. Mr. Mayor?
All right. Would any member of the public wish to speak on this item? All right. Mr. Zimmerman, would you care to read it?
Would like to. This is the first of two public hearings. Ordinance number 3257, an ordinance vacating and abandoning a platted easement and alleyway located south of East 2nd Plaza, west of Main Avenue, east of Sherman Avenue, and northwest of East 2nd Street, Panama City, Florida, as more particularly described, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing for the severability of any part of this ordinance declared invalid, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. We are now moving the meeting to audience participation. If anyone would like to speak, come to the podium, state your name and address, and we intend to have you speak only for 3 minutes. If something is, if you're dying to speak more, you can ask for more time. But in general, 3 minutes, name, rank, and serial number, and address.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I want to present a letter on behalf of the Bay County Branch NAA.
Can I get your name and address, please?
Thank you. I apologize. Rufus Wood, 1911 East 10th Street.
Thank you.
I want to present a letter on behalf of the Bay County Branch NAACP. I'm going to ask my first Vice President, Mr. Matthew Shack, to read it. So I want to defer my 3 minutes to him along with his 3 minutes, and he'll give you his address when he comes up.
I would like to give this letter to the commissioners and the mayor. A copy. Matthew Shack, 1040 East 7th Court. Thank you. This letter, again, I'm the first vice president, letter penned by our president, Dr. Rufus Wood, to the commission and the city of Panama City. And it reads, the president, office, and members of the Bay County branch at National Association of Advancement of Colored People present this communication to this Panama City Mayor, Michael Rohan. First, Mayor Rohan, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to you for attending our annual Black History Month proclamation. The celebration was held on February 3rd, 2025 at 4 p.m. in the rotunda of the Panama City Hall. At this event, you were recognized to be a branch, by the branch president, Dr. Rufus Wood, who served as the master of the order. Dr. Wood recognized you and granted you the opportunity to address those attending, although you were not on the program to speak. You began your comments commending Dr. Wood for his ability to achieve success despite all the challenges that he has encountered in his life. These words were of commendation and were fitting for the occasion. However, you made comments that were incorrect and inappropriate. Therefore, the second purpose for this communication is to address your incorrect and inappropriate statements. You wrongly stated that the purpose of Black History Month is to remember slavery. It should be noted that Black History Month is an annual celebration of the achievement of African Americans and a time for the recognizing of their central roles in American history. Besides this, you use the phrase, those people, and the phrase, you people. In your remarks, we denounce your use of these phrases. It is with heavy heart that we are compelled to confront you once again regarding the use of such phrases. Such phrases are racial slurs. They still remain racist and hurtful in the 21st century. This is offensive language, whether used directly or subtly. These words carry significant weight. They degrade and demean individuals. Racial slurs are used to insult, degrade, demean someone based on their race or ethnicity. Such offensive terms often perpetuate harmful stereotypes and are used to reinforce racial division. They serve no purpose other than to belittle, discriminate against individuals based on skin color, national origin, or ethnic background. Racial slurs are expressions of racial superiority or hatred. They are designed and marginalize, dehumanize our entire community. Both the conscious and unconscious expression of this racism within our society must be identified and done away with. We feel that we have a responsibility and a moral obligation to hold you accountable. We are nonpartisan and cannot endorse candidates, but we are charged with holding elected officials accountable for both their words and deeds. We cannot and will not be silent. We must speak up and preserve our own sense of integrity. A failure to speak up would signal that the conduct is okay. This would give you permission to do it again. This conduct is not okay, and we admonish you never to use it again. As stated, this is not the first time you have used offensive language with African American community. Shortly after you were elected mayor, we invited you to be a keynote speaker at one of our general membership community roundtable meetings. At that meeting, you used the term "you people" numerous times at the meeting. You mentioned the word "you people" numerous times during the meeting and addressed the attendees. Members of the clergy were...
Thank you, Mr. Shack. Your 6 minutes is up. If somebody up here wants to make a motion to give you more time.
I'll give a motion to give him more time.
All right. There's a motion to give Mr. Shack more time. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Sir, excuse me a minute. How much more time are we talking about? Pardon?
Isn't it usually just a minute?
It usually is, yeah. Okay, so we're talking about a minute. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Well, you have a copy. I'll just defer and read the last few paragraphs to shorten the time. The third purpose of the communication is to make 3 requests. First, we request that a public apology be given, which you did at the beginning of the meeting. Your comments were offensive and done publicly, so those impacted deserve a public apology. Your comments were offensive to the colleagues and the employees of the city, the NAACP members, the Bay County NAACP Youth Council, and we request that you never use these words again. And I'll just go to the, we want to thank you very much in advance for your consideration of this urgent matter. Thank you also for your kind, careful, and prompted response to this communication. We humbly respect and request a written response of all of your concerns and requests.
Thank you, Mr.
Respectfully,
Shack.
Dr. Rufus Wood.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, especially when you're finishing up. Thank you.
That's right. And you all have a copy of the entire letter.
We do. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. We still are in audience participation. Would someone else like to talk?
Walter P. Henry, 614 Maple Avenue, Panama City. I know I would not get the right answers, I not get the right questions. I address at 702 Bay Avenue. Young lady been calling about her yard. City made a mess, employees made a mess out of this lady's yard. They have a pretty yard, nice grass. They went there and just where they cut, said they had a water main leak on the right of way. The grass belongs to the young lady. She takes care of that right of way, plus it's part of her yard. She's not getting any answers. No, nobody going out looking at it, seeing this mess. I can tell you right now, it could have been done better. it hadn't changed in the time that they had put this grass back in her yard. You can still see it. It's still protected, being shown. Next thing I'd like to say to you, y'all had a water leak on MacArthur 10th Court. And y'all waited to Sunday to fix this water leak. I don't know why they couldn't do it on the Saturday to fix it. Waited to Sunday. This 16-inch main that feeds that street didn't used to feed that street. It used to just feed Bay Medical Center. Bay Medical Center had 1 meter. So they put it there years ago. That meter only fed Bay Medical Center. Before I left, I put other lines onto that line. Nobody else was attached to it. Anytime you borrowed that line, or did anything or shut it down, it affected Bay Medical Center because Bay Medical Center is not built up like it used to be. But I want to say, what is it costing us? The Shadow Cut Fire Hydrant blasting. What is it costing us on water? My water is high. I knew it got to be costing us something because y'all metered. That's where y'all got us metered. Our water bill this month still charged me about close to $200.
Thank you, Walter.
Y'all
Appreciate your comments.
Check your price. Check your bill. Can I have a minute or two, if you don't mind?
I'm not going to make the motion. My motions all get defeated.
On the other case, you have them during the year.
We can, so you've asked for an extra minute? Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion, and I think I saw a number 2 over there. Ms. Smith, can you call the roll to give Mr. Walter P. Henry 1 extra minute?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
It's good to give honor to your employees when they done good, not when they have messed up folks' property, when they did things that should have been done better. I want you to know, I just want to know, what is it costing us for all this water? That line could have been shut off. I put that line in. I didn't put it in. The men that worked for the city that I was over put that line in. And it's tested at 16-inch main. They could have went down to the corner, shut that water off, then had to run that fire hydrant like they ran it. And they would not had probably nobody on that line, might have been just some new houses on there, just got on there. Probably 2 or 3 houses out of water. All you had to do is give a notification.
Thank you, Walter. Appreciate that. I'm going to try to summarize what you asked so we'll remember when it comes time. You wanted to talk about Bayview Avenue and cutting off the water on a large main that went to Bay Medical. So when it comes time to talk, that's what we'll talk about for you. Okay. Ready? Next. Audience participation.
Mary Bonham, 1413 Deer Avenue, owner of 3900 West 16th Street. The proposed property for the lift station. First of all, I'd like to thank Jonathan and Josh for all of your time spent with Charles and me on this proposed project. And secondly, Charles and I have fought for years to have this nasty pump pulled out of our bay. Our home is on the bay. We like to swim in the bay. We would never put a toe in the bay the way that the water is perking out of this awful station pump right now. And we do want it moved. However, we do not want it moved to our property. We have come to a decision or a price, for a property that is not for sale. But we did talk yesterday with Josh about a proposed purchase price. But we're just begging. We're still begging. We feel like we have begged and begged and begged to a deaf ear to please look at another area. And not for us, we don't live there, but it's a nice community who our neighbors, I mean, they just don't want it there. Please, before we get any further, I mean, is there any way to possibly move it to another location? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bonham. So you're summarizing your comments. You want the lift station moved somewhere else. See, we're going to answer these things later, and I'm trying not to forget what people ask for. So thank you.
We know the expense of moving it somewhere else, but rather than spending the money to purchase property that is not for sale.
We'll discuss that and appreciate your input. So thank you. Okay, audience participation is moving.
Demetrius Reese, 2536 West 10th Street, Panama City, Florida. Current qualified candidate for Ward 4 Commission. Yesterday was my birthday, and thanks to the several individuals who cried wolf, I awarded myself the pleasure during my last waking hour of writing a 3-minute or less response in anticipation of several individuals who seek to use racial division as a lowbrow tactic against our well-respected incumbent mayor. I figured I'd title this response in his defense, Evil Knows No Bounds. Mayor Rohan is inherently good. Although his good faith and respect for all people would appear as bad traits to those who seek to destroy his character, integrity, and merit, one can only assume that they know nothing of the traits, but to combat them. Hence, why those who accuse him aim to defame him by attacking his character instead of his politics. We all know his politics and ideologies are sound, just, and moral, which is why they would not dare attack his politics with validity. Instead, and in an attempt to do so, typically the four incumbent commissioners aim to attack his ideas, which he holds the public's interest to the utmost degree, by voting 4-1 in an overwhelming amount of referendums against him. Several individuals are quick to quote the mayor's diction and syntax, attempting to sway the public from favoring him and in its place guide them to equip themselves with a veil of hatred and racial division, particularly in Ward 2. These individuals aim to do this by gathering the troops of Ward 2, of which population has a disproportionate demographic compared to the rest of the city. Simply put, they aim to use the people who they swore to represent as mere pawns for their political ploy against the mayor. This would not be the first time they reduce to low-reaching ideologies and ploys in an attempt to sway the populace of their wards in their favor. They swore to represent the citizens of Panama City and Ward 2 in particular. Thus, one only can presume that their vote is supposedly equivalent to their loyalty and oath to them. And yet we have witnessed them sell their vote time and time again. I'll conclude by simply stating I attended the Black History Month proclamation, and the context in which his words were stated were taken out of context, highlighted, and boldened. I know the mayor. I've spoken with him on numerous occasions. I know where his heart lies, and it is not in hatred, especially that of which is racially geared.
Thank you, Demetrius. You're at the end of your time. We've had some other people ask for a minute, but I'm not going to tell you what to do. But you have to ask. I can't ask for you.
Request for an additional 15 seconds.
So moved.
Ms. Smith, can you take the roll for 15 seconds?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus? Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. This is directed to the entire commission board and any non-incumbent individuals who seek to stir uproar and distractions from the progress yet to have been made. We need to focus on solving existing issues instead of creating new problems to solve. Thank you.
Sure.
Brad Stevens, 1708 Palmetto Avenue. I want to speak in support of the purchase of the diesel shop. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you about a decision that will benefit our entire community for generations, the purchase of the diesel shop in historic St. Andrews. St. Andrews is more than just a historic district. It's a gathering place. It's where families come to enjoy the waterfront, where residents connect at community events, where people take pride in the charm and character that make this part of our city so special. As our population grows and new projects take shape, we have a responsibility to ensure that St. Andrews remains a welcoming and accessible space for everyone. One of the biggest challenges we will face is parking and accessibility. With the boardwalk project and the marina moving forward towards activation, we expect to see more residents and visitors enjoying all that St. Andrews has to offer. Without adequate infrastructure, we risk losing the ability to easily walk around the community. The purchase of the diesel shop is a forward-thinking solution. The property provides an opportunity to expand public access, improve mobility, and ensure that St. Andrews remains a place where people can gather, explore, and enjoy the waterfront without frustration. Thank you.
Brad?
Thank you.
James Russ, 4906 Barrett Way, Panama City, Florida. I just rise to make a further comment concerning the phrase that was used during the Black History event. And it's simply that the phrase, "you people," is a racially coded phrase that attributes a statement to an entire group of people, such as an ethnic, racial, or religious group. Now, this is not saying throwing stones at anyone. That's not what this is. What we're saying is be mindful of the words that are being used. That is simply what it is. Not saying that the mayor is in any way racially biased, but words as well as elections have consequences. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Pick, 2508 West 9th Street. I've been a fishing guide in St. Andrews for over 30 years. When I started, there was no John McVeigh, there was nothing there. We had to step across drunks passed out on the dock to get to our boats. And so I've seen a lot happen and a lot come along. The boat industry has moved from large boats to smaller boats like I have. And I ran into William Harrison yesterday, and he said that he'll be done, or should be done around May. And I would like to see the commission do something to protect people like me who have been there for a long time, based on merit, how long we've been there, how big our licenses are, whether we live in St. Andrews, whether we pay our city taxes, to protect us and allow us, 8 or 10 people, to pick people up on the east wall until the marina's finished, drop off and pick up. Now, these people come to St. Andrews, they spend money when they're done. We usually drop them off at 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning when the restaurants are open. They wait for their fish to be cleaned, and then they eat lunch or whatever. I personally would be willing to pay a fee, $300-500 a year to do it. And we can self-police. And it would also keep some of the people that are not licensed from using our marina, which creates a liability. It would also, by having a group of people that are designated to pick up and drop off, it would keep people coming from the beach, fly-by-nighters, whatever. It would just be a more disciplined thing to do to protect our marina and our area. So I would hope that you guys would consider that and do something between now and the 1st of May so we can have everything in place and pick off and drop off our people. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Good morning, Michelle Bryant, 409 East 9th Street. I struggled with whether I was going to make a statement, but after sitting here and typing my notes, I made it clear that I needed to get up and say something. Many people in this audience have used derogatory words right here in these chambers. As we know, historically, the language that has been stated here has been deemed derogatory and disrespectful. What I also find, being someone that has attended city commissioner meetings for 5 years straight, is the disingenuous, selective outrage in our community. We truly have to look at actions, not words. Being a Black woman that has been pulled over here locally by police, and with this, I've had over 30 women reach out to me with being discriminated against because of the color of their skin. They've reached out to leadership at city level, at organizational level, with no response. What we've got to get to in this city is a place of working together. We've got to get to a place where we better our city, our community, and not our individual or collective pockets. Elected officials are held to a high esteem. And being in that high esteem, the first priority or priorities for a community, especially a community of minorities that have been disenfranchised and taken advantage of. And working together, we have to look at each other's actions and look at who the real enemy is. And the real enemy is greed and lack of equality in all communities. That is my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Patty Sunday, 1115 Fairland. Go Eagles. My husband's from Pennsylvania. Okay, you have an agenda item about selling a property further down, kind of off of 6th Street. And when it was COVID time, I did a lot of research on the land position of the things the city owned. And that research yielded that that property in that time, you guys weren't here, there was a lot of speculation and opportunistic purchasing. And if you dig a little deeper, maybe Jared knows, congratulations, Jared, or maybe Rob Rosner, Big Mamas used to originally be in that part of the world, as did a lot of minority-owned businesses. They weren't only on MLK and 15th. So I would encourage you to maybe table that item and let's do a deeper dive, because I feel like that land would be better served as a P2 and possibly an incubator space for small business to put back some of the things that happened. So I don't run out of time. I want to say that the CRA Social was exemplary. I have worked in 5 other states. I've been to processes like that. Y'all are on it. I enjoyed myself so much, and I felt that we did some good work. I attended the NAACP event. As would be my nature, I wanted to cry. I looked around at Commissioner's face and Doug Moore's face, and I just thought, just make their face, don't cry, don't cry. For the record, that event was exemplary. I was Googling, I stayed up late last night. St. Augustine, a Catholic saint, was actually a person of color. And there were 2 soloists, a saxophone, a beautiful piano, poems. In that moment, in the formal program, I was on the edge of my seat. I felt like I was at a college lecture. It was so wonderful, Mr. Shack. You did a wonderful job. By the way, for the record, he opened it with, the people that came here or were brought here were so talented and creative. That set the tone. I was on the edge of my seat. I'm really good at blocking things out. I didn't want to embarrass myself. I didn't want to embarrass the audience. It was the best one I've ever been to, and I've been to NAACP events in 4 states. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Brenda.
Brenda Lewis Williams, 1007 North Center Avenue, Panama City 32401. First, I want to thank Mr. Mefford for coming out on my toodle doodles and explaining what goes on and what is going on at Joe Moody Harris Park. I'm quite pleased with that because the little people in that neighborhood deserve and need a park to play and not be out in the streets. I do have some things I wish to address. First of all, the NAACP Black History Month was good. I do see fault there because the mayor was not invited. The president of the NAACP did apologize for not inviting him, but the mayor should have been a consideration for, because he is the highest elected official in Panama City. He should have been a consideration for reading the proclamation. Those remarks, I say those people all the time when I'm talking about somebody. You know, there's nothing intended, that's just the vernacular. I call my sisters and those folks. My mother told me to stop saying that. I said, no, I'm not, because that's part of my vernacular. And I understand, and I don't know how it was sent, that I'm going to say it this way, no disrespect to you, Commissioner Halagus, that she sent a letter denouncing, not pleased with the mayor's conduct at that event. I think that was a little out of order. It should not have been done that way. Actually, what it reminded me of is character assassination for all practical purposes. And when I heard that, the first thing that came to my mind was 1955, Emmett Till. You have a way of murdering someone, but not hanging them. And I took exception to that. I always will. Please do not make an attempt to refute and chastise me for my remarks. Those are my thoughts, my observations, and I think during Black History Month, this is not the time to have things of this nature. But since it was brought out, I'm saying what I'm saying. And if you don't know who Emmett Till was, go back and look. And furthermore, the cause of Emmett Till's death was created by a white woman. So that's why I say this is character assassination in reverse in reference to our mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Brenda. I said thank you.
Morning, Derek Thomas, 1100 West 10th Street. 14A, you're going to be selling off an acre and a half of waterfront land that could benefit the people in that city, so that at 14E, you can spend millions and millions of dollars to help put in parking for the people in St. Andrews, because the businesses there don't have to provide their own. That is picking one group of people and singling out another group of people and taking money away from them. Just like when you take away parks and talk about selling off parks, parks improve the quality of life for the people that live in those neighborhoods. To take that away so that you can give more to a handful of rich people is wrong. 14C, you're again donating the money to maintain the parks that you haven't actually fixed since the hurricane to Carl Gray. In my neighborhood, I'd like to know, I requested for months and months the records of what was done. They went 95 feet from the street, past the property line into somebody else's yard, dug a hole, and that person that owns that property can't even access that part of their property. Apparently the records were destroyed. I was never told that when I was requesting the records. The records for the sewer line that's right by that, I requested that. All I got was, we've given you all the records. So I would like to request again all of the records that weren't destroyed. I would like those records to be presented to me. You can't prove that you didn't misuse public funds, but I can't prove that you did. I don't think that I should have to assume, after over 11 years of asking you to make a good faith effort to put right the damage that the city helped cause, violating Florida civil law. That should not be still going on. But this is Panama City, where this is normal occurrence to take away from everybody who lives here and give to a handful of rich people. When I first moved here, I was told over and over, a majority of downtown is owned by a handful of lawyers. And it seems like that's where all of the money goes, to help those people at the expense of everybody else. You've used up all of the money from Hurricane Michael, rebuild, and then the hurricane after that, you used that money to help invest in specific businesses, usually in those same areas. But you've tried to prevent all of the other businesses around the city from opening up if they are small and located right near other businesses. You're saying, no, we're going to force you to rent from downtown or from St. Andrews. I think that's wrong. I think that it benefits a handful of people like the Commissioner Ward 1, who last year said she filed 42 different cases with code enforcement. The reason you have to declare that is because developers were using code enforcement. I don't know how many you've filed since then, but now you don't have to even list that. I think that's wrong. You say you have 3 businesses downtown, and now you're in Millville and everywhere else. I think that
I don't have
it's a shame.
Thank you, Derek. Appreciate it.
Just to be clear, I have no businesses downtown. I don't know where that came from. I do not. I do not.
We'll get a chance to talk about that.
I'm not going to.
You'll get a chance. Audience participation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Robbie Farrenbaugh at 3803 West 16th Street in St. Andrews. Thank you for this opportunity to give you my thoughts on Lift Station 16. I'm here for what I hope will be the last 3 minutes of this near 20-year push to get this lift station relocated. I kind of have a feeling that's not the case. I want to thank Commissioner Street and the city staff for all their work on the project, for hosting the recent meeting with the affected residents of West End. I'm very grateful to Charles and Mary Bonham for their willingness to work with the city on relocating this lift station on their property. I spoke with Charles yesterday afternoon to find out if he was okay with how everything ended up. This definitely is not what Mary and Charles envisioned for their property, and he really couldn't say that they were okay or happy about it. But he did say that he understood the importance of getting the lift station and the sewer lines off the Bay Shoreline. I know there are no easy solutions or answers to this relocation, and so I appreciate all the people that were involved in trying to negotiate a price that is appropriate and acceptable to the Bonhams. In talking with Charles, he mentioned that it is not something they necessarily want, but the problem is that nobody really wants this in their backyard, and I agree with him. However, later, as I thought about it, I realized in reality, we've all had this in our backyard since the early 1950s. It wasn't always an environmental concern, but it is now, especially with the storms, a rising bay, and the deteriorating conditions of the pipes and lift stations. In fact, and many of you have seen them, I have photos and videos of raw sewage spewing out of the manholes sitting in the bay that are often submerged, waves crashing into the lift station and compromising its foundation. And all that is happening in our backyard, that being our beloved bay. As a short-term rental operator of our family home on 16th Street, I've had to walk down to the bay just within the last month and ask my guests to get out of the water and stay out of the water for the rest of their weekend because raw sewage was spewing out of the manhole just 20 feet from where he was fishing. I've had to give an entire refund to a guest who was on our beach when she discovered raw sewage running into the bay. She'd been in the water and was extremely upset about being exposed. Those are just examples of times I've witnessed the overflows. I can't imagine how many times there have been overflows where we have not even seen it. So with that said, and knowing that there will be sacrifices, I ask you to move forward with this relocation project for the health of the bay, the community, and our visitors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robbie.
All right, we're still in audience participation. Does Mr. Picken want to speak?
There's only one of us here today.
Good morning, all. Hank Picken, 820 West Beach Drive. Here to talk about item 14B, the infamous referendum. I also ask that the questions I'm asking be answered by Commissioner Street, because apparently this referendum is his brainchild, and that we not hear from Mr. Hayes, because this is certainly something that Mr. Street needs to address. First off, the simple statement is you don't need another referendum. You have at least 3. As of this morning, we have over 3,000 signatures on a petition. We have shared those signatures with you. We have shared the comments with you, and we can document all of that. Unlike the alleged or believed group of signatures that you have on another petition that last meeting Mr. Hayes washed his hands of and said we don't have anything to do with that petition, which isn't what is important. What is important is you're relying on unverifiable information to make decisions. Second piece of the issue is you don't need the referendum because of the 2 workshops that you've had. The overwhelming majority of the people that attended those workshops voted against the path. They were not on either of the comment cards, but they were write-in candidates. On the October 24th worksheet, 54% voted no path. In the March workshop, 78% voted no path. And then this mysterious review of the 90% has never been disclosed. There's never been any facts about who attended, what the outcome of that was. So we don't even know what the voting was like on that. I would also further say that in the rationale for having this referendum, there's a concern about the amount of state-level lobbying going on. Well, the reason there's state-level lobbying going on is because the commission is not paying any attention to these data. And why we need another data point to ignore, I don't understand that. There's also a comment in there that these designs have been citizen-driven. And that's just ridiculous. These have been city-driven. They're not citizen-driven designs. And last but not least, the draft that I've seen of the proposed referendum is nothing but lollipops. I mean, it does not disclose to the public. If you want to find out public opinion.
Picken. Thank you. Your 3 minutes is up.
Can I get another 1 minute?
Are you asking for another minute?
Please.
Well, I'm not going to deny you if we didn't deny other people, so I'll move a motion to approve.
I'll second the motion. Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus? Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Yeah, I'd urge you all to read the draft, and if you want some help drafting it, if you really want to find out public opinion, you need to put in that referendum the downside. What is it doing to traffic? What is it doing to safety? What is it doing to all of the property on that? What is it doing to the environment? What is it doing to 250 established trees in the neighborhood? None of that is being disclosed in that draft. And last but not least, I would like to say that at this point in time, you have spent over $1 million of taxpayer money on this project, which may or may not be done because the state has not given you the road. That's something that should have been established 2 years ago before you spent a dime on this project. And I'd like to get some answers to those questions during your responses.
Thank you, Mr. Picken. I think you wanted answers to the referendum questions. Was that what you wanted an answer to?
I want to know why we want another petition.
Okay, you want to know why? Okay, we're going to talk about it. I just want to make sure I understand your question.
And then want to know who's going to fix the referendum wording, because it's ridiculous.
Thank you.
Also got some copies.
Thank you. Thank you. You got your extra minute. Now behave yourself.
Some suggested changes to the referendum. It's a copy of the letter that I sent to Mr. Street asking him to address all of these questions before.
George Carruthers, 1702 West Beach Drive. You have spent over $1 million on the Beach Drive multi-use path that starts from nowhere and ends at nowhere, has very limited parking nearby, and contains so many amenities it puts it way out of sync with the rest of the neighborhood. Over 250 trees are to be destroyed. There are 9 benches, 9 trash containers, 4 pergolas, 3 bike racks, 3 bike repair stations, over 120 signs of all kinds, over 150 puck lights, and over 150 lighted bollards, presumably shining all night. 7 lighted flashing crosswalks, 12 new fire hydrants, over 1,000 new landscape plantings, and over 800 irrigation spray heads. How is the city going to maintain all that when you have no money? But of particular interest, there are 8 public beach access locations on the engineering drawings. Other than at the lift station, the city has no ownership of any property south of Beach Drive. Nada. Not at the extension of the cross streets, not in front of the Episcopal Church, not by the landmark, and not at Asbel Park. Nowhere. In 2023, the city commissioned another of many surveys along Beach Drive by Buchanan and Harper. No city-owned property was identified. The area south of Asbel Park was identified as a specific dedication, not city property. The few other properties along Beach Drive without riparian rights were also identified, but are not owned by the city. All references to these areas were deleted from the engineering drawings. I smell a rat here. Everything I am telling you is also substantiated by the Bay County appraiser. I encourage anyone to travel on the south side of Beach Drive would be considered trespassing. I am holding letters in my hand from the previous city attorney, Rolett Bryant, and I quote, "The city does not have any riparian rights to these properties. The title is vested either in the owner across the street or remains in the developer. The city does not have any interest in these lands." And to further quote, "The lands south of Beach Drive are owned by the upland owners or remain in the developer," unquote. In other words, city officials, keep off. As I have said before, this project has become a true bucket of worms for you, and I strongly suggest before you lose it, you file a simple request to have the remaining $7 million repurposed for use elsewhere in Panama City sidewalk improvements, which is what the state legislatures originally improved. Thank you. Thank you, George.
George.
Jennifer Bennett, 920 West Beach Drive. Let's just put alleged or I'm of the opinion in front of everything that I'm going to say. You don't need a referendum. You don't need any of the 7 referendums. You need a resolution to repurpose the grant money. All of these referendums are a waste of time, redundant, and they really don't represent the true issues that are going on in this city. Like, we need clean water. That's a little bit more important. So, specifically to Beach Drive, you've only been concerned with the voice of the people if they've been like-minded to you. Not that there is, now that there is serious doubt that the path is not moving forward, now you want to include a referendum. This is a distraction. It's unnecessary. When Commissioner Street stood in the basement of City Hall 2 years ago, telling my neighbors on West Beach, this project is going to happen, so get on board, he really didn't care about anyone's voice. We had 2 open houses. We've had petitions signed. We've been here pretty much every meeting for the last 2 years. It's very clear that there's opposition to this path, and I don't think we need a referendum at this point. It's a distraction. I oppose the sidewalk project altogether if it's on the south side. I oppose any destruction or construction on the south side of West Beach Drive, any water lines, water mains, fire hydrants, anything else that you're attempting on the south side of Beach Drive, and I will fight eminent domain. As Mr. Crothers stated, we have definitive proof property owners on West Beach Drive own their south side parcels, and the city does not own anything. We have definitive proof, based on the accounting codes of this grant, Panama City Sidewalk Improvement Grant can be relocated, repurposed, whatever word you want to use. I've offered the city manager an invitation to sit with me and the State House Appropriations Committee staff member to review the accounting codes specific to this grant. He ignored me. He went dark. So I think you know it can be repurposed or relocated, whatever word you want to use, and you've chosen to ignore it to continue to spin your false narrative. You've done a great PR campaign. It's also in the public records that you intended to, quote, get ahead of this project and say you could not relocate. And everyone in the city is quoting you. You also have a fiduciary responsibility to be honest. So I'm asking, if you're going on podcast, using social media, be honest, forthright. There's quite a bit more I'd like to say, but I'm not going to take your time. Please vote. Sorry. Shut down the project, return the funds, or relocate the funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Good morning, Ross McCloy, 1118 West Beach Drive. I'm up here as well to speak against the referendum on Beach Drive, and the reason is I just don't get it. I don't get why a slanted and biased referendum like this is even being considered at this time. The only thing you've not put on there is, are you in favor of puppies? Are you in favor of babies? Let me suggest to you that you do a referendum that reads like this. Do you favor a city commission that listens to the concerns of its constituents, even if they don't agree with opinions of outside experts? A commission that is in favor of balancing a budget, protecting fragile natural resources, repairing roadways, existing parks and recreational projects, sewer lines, we've heard a lot about that today, and freshwater lines so that citizens are not bombarded with do not drink the water notices. A commission that will focus upon what the community needs versus what the commission decides against massive vocal opposition to what it wants. A commission that will defer to the property rights of citizens in a residential neighborhood and the rights of commercial trades that need adequate road access to downtown business. In short, do you favor a commission that will attempt to use common sense in its decisions and one that is willing to respect citizens when they appear before the commission to voice their concerns, now going for 2 years? Mr. Street, you're the one that's put this on the agenda, and I saw in your Facebook post that you told those reading it, if you care enough to vote, I care enough to listen. I'm not sure that 4 out of 5 of you have been listening for 2 years now. Mr. Picken has reminded you of the number of times that people have already asked you to listen. There have been 3,000 voices or more. There have been 2 meetings where their overwhelming support was, we don't want anything like this. Why are you doing this? You don't listen until there's an election with your name as a candidate. And now you want to appear to be reasonable to the constituents out there, but you have not been reasonable for 2 years. Let's talk about the DOT. The city has spent, I believe, $1.3 million or thereabouts on this project to date, and they can't move forward because the DOT has not agreed to transfer the road. There's nothing to show for this expense at this time at all. I think a no response from the DOT, the silence that you've received from the DOT is the response. It's like a parent looking at a child who's asked for something that is unreasonable, and just the look of the eyes is, you got to be kidding me. That doesn't make common sense at all. I think you do have your response from the DOT. I'm going to ask you in advance for 1 more minute. I'm coming up on 15 seconds, so let me go ahead and ask for that.
I'll second the motion. Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. you're involved in a serious business. You sit up there and you deal with millions of dollars, and you deal with the hopes and aspirations and dreams of people, their real property rights, their business rights, and things of that nature. It requires that you pay attention to what's going on. It requires that you don't need a referendum when you've got this much information behind you. You do need to respect what the constituents have been telling you for now 2 years. You do need to use common sense, and you do need to stop this project, and certainly a silly referendum that is biased like it is like right now. If you don't need to be in office. There are people here who have expressed in their running for positions on this board that they will use common sense, that they will respect the people who have come up here and ask you repeatedly for information and for help. And when they see your dull, blank faces looking back at them, they're not happy. Mayor Rohan is not a parliamentarian, and he may not be the best person in the world to put two words together at times, but he is indeed a good person. And I would ask that you consider the fact that we need good people like him on here, people with common sense, and people who do respect the constituents' needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross.
Daniel Schultz, 330 Mercedes Avenue, candidate for Ward 1, Panama City. I would also like to speak on 14B on the topic of a non-binding referendum for both Beach Drive and the Civic Center. To my knowledge, it's already been made clear that we don't have any money for a Civic Center, or we would have already put it back. So why we are playing political theater with putting it onto the ballot, I'm not sure. The same with the Beach Drive pathway. We know where this board stands. We elect you guys to lead, and it's up to you guys to do that. I find it very comical that this exact topic came up, I believe in the summer, about June, and there was no interest in a referendum unless it would be on the general election ballot. That was what you said, Josh, because it was proposed by Mayor Rowan. And the topic was, if we want a referendum, let's put it on the general so we catch as many fish as possible. Well, throwing it on a municipal election in February, 2 months ahead of time, is not a show of good faith. And it's a way to, in my opinion, inflate your status with the community to boost your reelection campaign. And I just don't think taxpayer dollars should be funding that. As I said, we elect leaders to lead, and I pray that you do that. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Daniel. All right. Audience participation is drawing to a close. Would anyone else like to speak? All right. This is it. We're not going to get another chance to speak. We only have one audience participation in this meeting, and it's about to end. So going. All right. Audience participation is over. And now we had a lot of interest out there. We're going to try to go through and see if we can answer them. So we'll start with you, Jonathan, but I want, as we approach each question, any commissioner that feels that they need to respond, I want them to feel free to respond, because that's our job. Our job's, we're supposed to listen. So we're going to start off with Walter P. Henry.
No, sir. First was Reverend Wood, who deferred to Mr. Shack, who was the first vice president of the NAACP, and he read a communication from the NAACP. Next was Mr. Walter P. Henry. He referenced a concern at 702 Bay Avenue. I do know, and we checked, while folks were communicating with us, we made multiple attempts to contact with the lady. Sometimes she wasn't there, but as late as yesterday, our superintendent of underground has connected with her, and all is well. I will speak to the water main leak that happened at 10th and MacArthur. Mr. Henry is correct that popped on a Sunday morning. That was, as we talked about leading into that winter storm, we said that a couple of days after the freeze lifted, that's when we'd start seeing some of the water leaks. The staff was aware of it and went out there. It was a smaller leak on Friday, went out there and attempted to locate some valves. Were not able to, and then the leak became worse on Sunday morning, and it became then an emergency repair. Staff was able to locate a valve that was not in our GIS system, but using some investigative tactics, were able to locate it, and it was actually the 8-inch main off the 16-inch that was leaking, causing those problems. And, you know, kudos to the team. Initially, we thought it'd be a 7 to 8 hour repair, but they were able to repair it in less than 4 hours. So, yes, agree. One of the other problems that they moved that one to try to get to it on Monday, because there were other leaks. There were 4 or 5 other main leaks on that Friday and Saturday that they were also working on. Again, this is because of the freezing temperatures and the winter storm Enzo that we had. Ms. Bonham then spoke next about Pump Station 16, understands the need to relocate it, wants it off the bay, and just wants the city to recommit that we did consider other areas. Another potential site for the location of Lift Station 16 at the southern tip of Drummond. Demetrius Reese also spoke.
Wait a second, excuse me. On Ms. Bonham, I went to a meeting that was set up by Commissioner Street, and it was a small meeting, and I got the impression that the Bonhams were going to donate the land for this lift station, and then somewheres in this agenda I see they want over $100,000 for it, which is, you know, if it's their property, they're certainly entitled to that. But what I heard when she was talking today, that she's not happy with anything that's happening and she wants to table it. Am I hearing wrong, or isn't that what you heard?
Yeah, I mean, we'll address it on the particular item, sir, but I think she just wanted us to reconfirm that, you know, could we consider another place, another location, and I'm able to speak to that at the agenda item with feedback from both city engineers and senior public works staff, as well as the design engineer that has done the preliminary work on this.
Okay, well, when it comes up, we can talk about it, but.
Yeah. And respectfully, I was at that meeting too. I didn't indicate that there was a price settled or that it was going to be donated. I don't believe that was communicated by anybody at that meeting, sir.
Numerous people talked about how wonderful the Bonhams were because they were willing to talk regarding their property. So
that I agree with.
I assumed that meant the property wasn't going to be expensive, but I ran it by a partner of mine who's a bit on the smart side, and she said, you can bet they want some money out of that thing. So anyway.
Well, we may, just as a reminder, because I was at that meeting too, Mr. Mayor, we spoke about this, that there are funds inside of this grant specifically for the purchase of property. So I think the intention all along was the city knew, as well as FEMA and the Department of Environmental Protection, that we would have to potentially purchase some property in order to move this lift station off of the bay. So
we'll talk about it when the time comes, but,
yes, sir, absolutely.
I didn't see it the way you saw it, so thank you.
Mr. Demetrius Reese spoke on the communication received from the NAACP and defended the mayor. Mr. Brad Stevens spoke in support for the purchase of the property at 1128 Chestnut, 14E, to increase parking in the downtown St. Andrews area. That will be an item later on this agenda. I believe it was Mr. James Woods. If I get your last name wrong, sir, I apologize. Russ, I'm sorry, sir. Mr. James Russ also spoke to the NAAC communication to the mayor. Then Mr. James Pick spoke about downtown St. Andrews, asked us to protect the boaters, and then asked for a special allowance for 8 to 10 folks to maybe use the east wall until the marina's done. So I'm going to connect with Mr. Mefford and see exactly what that ask is, and we'll connect Mr. Pick with him as well and see if that is an option, depending with all the construction.
Well, this has been a problem, in my understanding, because of the parking, and some people say that a lot of people come and abuse this, and I think Mr. Pick was headed in that direction, that people come and pick up they pick up the people that are going to, their charters, they pick the charter up there, but they don't have any money. They haven't paid to use our dock. And I think what he was going on was we need to find a mechanism to pay for that. And I know the fellow down there that runs the marina, sorry, I forgot his name at the moment, but he has said it looks like it's a fairly substantial problem that we all need to talk about, and we need to get some kind of a policy, because we know there's limited parking right there, and we understand that people are pulling up there and sort of abusing it by having so many people come up that don't have any, they haven't paid for what they're using, I think is the bottom line. So is that do you understand that this is a problem that we've talked about?
I will, again, when you say the east side of it, what I'm going to do is I'll meet with Mr. Pick and Mr. Mefford on site and try to understand it. I know there's areas along the boat ramp and along Bayview that are public, and folks don't need to pay for that based on each use. I know that idea has been floated in the past, but again, what I'm going to commit to is I'll meet with Mr. Pick and Mr. Mefford out in the field and walk it and try to understand exactly what the concern and issue is. And we'll also include Mr. Hamilton. That's who you're thinking of,
Yeah,
the superintendents of the marinas. Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is Brian Hamilton, and he has been there a long time. He understands the problem also. So I think if you talk to all four of those, we might be able to solve some problem, or at least get an idea.
Yes, sir.
So thank you.
All right. Next, Ms. Michelle Bryant also spoke to the NAACP letter and in some way admonished everybody for comments at times at public events. Ms. Sunday spoke in regards to the selling of property, which will be item 14A, and also spoke to the NAACP, both the event and the communication that we received this morning. Ms. Lewis Williams.
She had an idea of a public-private partnership and doing something down there, so we can talk about that, I suspect. I mean, in other words, she might be finding a better use for that land than just selling it, though you and I have talked, we do need money, but at the same time, we need to support our people here in town, and we need to support business, and this could be a business. So I think we can talk about that when it comes due. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir. Item 14A, correct. All right, and then Ms. Lewis Williams came up. She expressed appreciation to Keith Mefford, and then also spoke to the NAACP letter and the communication, and then her and Commissioner Halligus had some interaction as well, so speak to that.
I just said thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Halligus said thank you.
All right. And then Derek Thomas also spoke to item 14A, the potential to consider selling a piece of waterfront access property that the city owns just east of downtown on Business 98, opposes it, and also opposes 14E. It spoke broadly about parks, and then he made an additional records request. I'm assuming you're tracking that, Madam Clerk?
He accused the city of hiding records from him, and that is not the case. He has every document that the city is able to produce.
Thank you, ma'am.
So sometimes we sort of lose records. I mean, not intentionally. I mean, obviously, it's hard to hang on to everything.
There's the state statute. In state statutes, there's a record retention. We only have to hold certain records for a certain period of time. If the time has passed the record retention period and we still have those records, shame on us.
And that is usually 3 years? Or
It depends on the type of record.
Okay.
There's a whole schedule. There's like 10 schedules of record retentions
Okay.
that the state library issues. And we are abiding by the state statute of the state library.
Well, I knew you would. So there may be records that we don't have to keep, so we get rid of them.
If we don't have them, we don't have to produce them. So if we
yeah.
have them and it's past their retention period, shame on us.
I agree. I used to be a practicing physician, and as soon as we could get rid of records, we got rid of them too, because you can get inundated by records. Okay, sorry. Moving on.
Yes, sir. Next, Miss, and I apologize if I mess up your last name, Miss Robbie Farbo? close. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Well, Ms. Robbie, how about that? Spoke about Lift Station 16, supports it being relocated off of the bay, understands the challenges around such a project, and that they have been working on this for many, many decades, and wanting the water and the lift station and all the infrastructure off of the bay. Mr. Hank Picken, again, expressed his opposition to the Beach Drive project and the referendum that's being considered, and provided a brief presentation. Mr. George Carruthers also expressed his opposition.
Hold your horses. Mr. Picken asked Commissioner Street, who is described as the person that made the referendum, and I guess he wanted to ask questions about the referendum to Mr. Street. Would you care to comment, Mr. Street?
I mean, it's on the agenda, so I will most definitely comment at that point.
Okay, so he's going to wait and comment, because I want to make sure we answer questions. So when we get to that point, I trust he will answer those questions, and I'm sure there will be many. Okay, I think you got to George Carruthers.
Yep, and someone made comments about the trees, and I just want to remind, there was a memo, and we're happy to recirculate it, that was sent July 23rd of 2024, because it's a valid concern about the trees, but we're actually going to see a net gain of 107 trees. 120 trees are going to be removed, but 227 are going to be added. The ones that are being removed, 54 are pine trees, 24 of which are dead in poor health or a safety concern. 64 are palm trees, most of which were planted 20 years ago or so, straight along the line there to prevent parking in the right-of-way. 3 of them are dead, and then 2 oak trees. However, of the 227 trees that we're adding back, 82 of them are oak trees. One comment that I do think we need to speak to, and Mr. Zimmerman might need to weigh in on this as well, but I believe that they've spoke to the riparian rights. I don't believe we're claiming any of those. We're claiming the state DOT maintenance right-of-way, as well as the city's platted right-of-way. I don't believe there's any effort from the city to claim any riparian rights, but could you speak to that, Mr. Zimmerman?
That's correct.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Okay, one of the things that Mr. Carruthers said was that Rowlett Bryant, our prior city attorney, said the city had no property with beach access over there along Beach Drive. And so I think that was the reason that it died in its tracks way back then. So would you care to comment on that, Mr. Zimmerman?
I'd love to see the letter. Maybe I've seen it in the past, I don't recall. But generally, the project itself is within, or specifically, it's within either the Florida Department of Transportation maintenance claim within the map that they filed, or the project is within the city's platted road that was given to the city a long time ago. But there's nothing in the project that talks about going to the bay other than the maintenance, the stormwater outfall, and the Bay Saver project that is to improve the quality of the water in the bay. And those are located within existing Florida DOT within the maintenance map.
So actually, this path won't give anybody access to the water.
No, legally, the path is only in the city right-of-way.
Yes, sir.
Or within the Florida DOT right-of-way maintenance map.
See? Because I've talked to some people who are in favor of this, and they're under the impression that's going to be a place they can go swimming out there, and it's a beach that they're going to have access to, and it sounds like that's going to be disputed.
Well, the project does not go to the water.
Okay.
That's really the issue.
Yeah, I understand. I hear you. I didn't know that.
The project doesn't go to the water.
Okay.
Yeah, the only public access to the water would remain at Asbell Park. So, all right. Next was Ms. Jennifer Bennett, also expressed opposition to the Beach Drive sidewalk in the referendum, and the her belief that the funds can be reappropriated. Mr. Ross McCloy also spoke against the referendum, item 14B, and expressed opposition to the Beach Drive sidewalk. And then Mr. Daniel Schultz also spoke about the referendums in general, expressed that this was, in his mind, the decision of and responsibility of the elected officials. I will note that having this referendum, it spoke about taxpayer money. There is no additional cost for adding these referendums. The memo says that as well, but I just want to highlight that in case some folks are not here for the item later in the meeting. But it will not cost us any additional money because there's already the municipal election. And in regards to having it in November versus now in April, I also spoke to that at the event. And just as a reminder, just to kind of clarify, the options at the time were August versus November, and I think we all would agree there's more turnout in November considering those two options. Additionally, there was no real prominent Democratic Party primary in August, and so the expectation was that there would not be a lot of turnout from registered Democrats in August. So if the option was either August or November, November was the better option. I don't think it was necessarily to maximize turnout, but we didn't want to pick a primary election where there was no prominent, again, Democratic primary. So I just want to kind of clarify, because that was actually an answer I gave after speaking to officials at the supervisor of elections. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, those are all the notes I have. Happy to answer any other questions if you have them.
All right, I have a couple of comments about that November election. I voted against the November election because I wanted it to be earlier, and I felt there was going to be ballot fatigue. Obviously, if that was the only time to have it, I made a wrong vote. I think Mr. McCloy brought up an item that we all need to look at, and he has suggested that we up here use some common sense. And here we have, we've talked about Beach Drive a couple of years, but all of a sudden we're putting it on a referendum and we got an election coming up. So there's a relationship, folks. And we'll see what happens. That's what I have to say. And you know where I stand on it. Anybody else want to say anything? All right, we are.
I do, actually.
Pardon me?
I do.
Okay.
I just wanted to talk about your whatever at the Black History Month. I would like to say, as a city commissioner, it is disturbing to me that I would be expected to remain silent and not stand up, whether I was a commissioner, whether I was a person, whatever. I also do not think, Mayor, that you're some horrible, evil person. And that is why I texted you and I texted Michelle and Tony Bostic, because they are historically your supporters, to make sure I didn't go blast on social media, because I was really upset. I did that intentionally because I needed someone to talk me off the ledge of doing something like that. And I knew historically they are your supporters. I did not reach out to Dr. Wood. I simply sent you an email, just as they're saying, as my own opinions as well. And my life journeys and my experiences. And I didn't think it was because you're a horrible person, and it's not political assassination in my opinion. It's just called that I figured I urged you to give an apology, which you did. And I appreciate that. But I didn't go and do some political big ordeal about it. I sent you a letter to let you know how I felt about it. And I really, really do believe that you weren't trying to be disrespectful. I think what I agreed with is what Dr. Wood was saying, is that maybe just some education of what to say. All of us are at risk of saying something. I got executed by Tony Bostic when I first started up here for something I said on the news. I thought he was back there. Oh, I can't see it. He is back there. That's right there. For something I said on the news that I didn't mean. Oh, he's not back there. See, I can't see. I need glasses. All right. Well, anyway. These are only to read. I can't see far either, I guess. But he really got upset with me about something I said on the news. And I also gave an apology. And of course, I think that even if we don't agree on policies, I think you know that my heart would never be to hurt somebody, that I just want to share love. So, but I learned a lot from that experience and how to say some things and do some things. So I just wanted you to know that that's, I'm not even really concerned about what everyone in the audience thinks as much as I want you to know that I respect that you gave an apology, because that's all we can do once we do something and try to do better next time. So anyway, thank you for giving an apology.
Well, thank you. And I'd like to reflect on the words of Vice President J.D. Vance recently when somebody from the Doge department was accused of making insensitive remarks some years ago. And Mr. Vance, he's our vice president, he said, you know, we all make crazy remarks from time to time, but we make mistakes, but we have to remember to forgive is divine. So appreciate your comments. Anybody else wish to say anything?
I did request, and it's on the agenda under 11A, but if it's all right with the rest of my colleagues, I'll address the commission at this point, in as much as there's been. Well,
we're going to have a break since that is number 11A. How long will it take, Ms. Lucas? Because we're getting bathroom time here.
If we're changing the agenda, we'll need to take a vote.
I'll leave it.
Pardon me? You're going to leave it the way it is?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. We're going to have a recess now for 13 minutes. Folks, time to resume the meeting.
I know, that's what I do. That's how I roll. It is right now. Look at him.
All right, we're going to start off with the consent agenda. And I would like to take 9F and 9H out of the consent agenda and discuss them separately. Would anyone like to make a motion to do that?
Before so, Mr. Mayor, staff would also like to pull off 9 Charlie, 9C. Just got to make a slight adjustment to the motion. Thank you, sir.
So you want to get rid of 9C?
I want to pull it off and discuss it. I don't want to remove it from today's agenda. I just want to
okay.
pull
You want to add
Sorry. Thank you for allowing me to clarify. I want to pull it off of consent and deliberate it. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve item 9A, 9B, 9D, 9E, and 9G.
I'll second that motion.
Was that everything but C, F, and H? I think it was. I wasn't counting. Yep. Okay, I'll second that motion. Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Do we need a second vote to pull off 9C, F, and H, or did that vote effectuate that?
That was for all of them.
All the other.
My understanding, that was for those three.
Okay.
So it's up on you.
I believe that those three are to be discussed.
Okay. Roger that. I just thought normally we had a specific motion to pull items off of consent, but all good. All right. Item 9C is consideration to approve the special event application for July 4th Salute to Freedom Festival on July 4th, 2025, from 4 p.m. till 9:30 p.m. at Destination Panama City, sponsored by Destination Panama City and the City of Panama City. This event does require a road closure from West 4th Street and Government Street, West 4th Street from Beach Drive down to Government Street, and then east towards Harrison Avenue. Staff still recommends approval of this. This is an event that the city sponsors and sends resources over to Destination Panama City for it to handle it and to oversee it and execute it. The only requirement that I would request, or the additional modification to the motion of the event is, as you all know, as everyone downtown knows, Area 011 and 012 will be kicking off very soon. This particular event is inside the Project 011 area. I've already had a conversation with Ms. Ms. Vigil, President and CEO of Destination Panama City, as well as the owner and Vice President of Gulf Coast Utility Construction, who will be doing this project. And we just need a little bit of flexibility on what road we might close, shifting it a little bit. So I just would request in the form of this motion that I be given the ability to work with Ms. Vigil, the contractors for Area 011, as well as Police Chief Mark Smith, to potentially modify the road closures in and around the marina, Destination Panama City, for the specific purpose of the July 4th event.
We have a motion to approve.
I'll second.
I would like to discuss that briefly. What road are we talking about closing? Because I think we've talked about things, but I didn't know we had any plans.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, 4th Street from Beach Drive down to Government Street, and then Government Street east all the way to Laverne, with the exception of the portion of Harrison Avenue, which has already been done.
So it starts down at Destinations?
Well, it starts at Beach Drive.
Drive.
At 4th Street, and then goes towards the city's portion of West Beach Drive that goes down towards Government Street, which, as a side note, we need to look at renaming that because there's no government facilities on that road anymore. And then east along the north side of the marina all the way to Laverne.
So this doesn't go up towards 6th Street?
I'm sorry, real quick. Hey, IT team, there's a map for this, if you'll put it up, please. Item 9C. It's also in your packet, Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
but we'll get it up here. It's pretty much along the each side of the federal courthouse, Destination Panama, the old federal courthouse where Destination Panama City is, and then Government Street, which, runs parallel to where the old City Hall used to be.
Okay, I was thinking it was going to be up on Beach Drive, because that sure needs it, but I guess this needs it also.
Well, okay, let me clarify. So yes, our portion of West Beach Drive from Harrison Avenue, well, really from Laverne all the way back to 6th Street, Business 98, is going to be repaired as part of this particular project. Area 011 will repair some of our part of West Beach Drive from 4th Street towards Harrison Avenue, and then over Harrison Avenue towards Laverne, as well as a project that's in design is repairing the city's portion of West Beach Drive from 6th Street to the front of Destination Panama City. Those projects are, again, construction is imminent on 011. And then we hope to bid out probably this spring or early summer the West Beach Drive roadway improvement.
Okay, that's kind of going to...
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, and I'm sort of thinking, is that going to mess up the 4th of July, or I guess there's really no other option?
Right, so there are going to be some challenges with this particular 4th of July, which is why I'm requesting flexibility to work with Ms. Vigil and the contractors at Gulf Coast Utility Construction and Chief Smith to, to kind of figure out what other route we might be able to use, what type of other road closures might be necessary without coming back, specifically because of the construction of the infrastructure project 011.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other discussion? Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus? Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 9F is consideration to award a contract for the invitation to bid for PC 25-019 Project Hometown Revitalization, 421 Oak Avenue, to Bayou Builders of Bay County, LLC, in the amount of $258,836.88, and authorization for the city manager to execute any required change orders up to an additional cumulative amount of $19,412.00. As background information, an invitation to bid was advertised by the city on December 9th of 2024 to secure competitive bids for the CDBG-DR, which is Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Project Hometown Revitalization at 421 Oak Avenue for that work. 3 proposals were received by city staff on January 15th of 2025. The lowest responsive bid was from Bayou Builders of Bay County, LLC, in the amount of $258,836.88. Staff recommends awarding the base bid plus the additive bid amount for hometown revitalization at 421 Oak Avenue. Further, it is requested that the city manager have the authority to execute any required change orders up to a cumulative amount of $19,412.00 without the requirement to bring the change order back to the City Commission. This project is being funded through the CDBG DR program. Enclosed with this agenda item are the following documents: the contract with Bayou Builders of Bay County LLC, the certified bid tabulation, and the bid recommendation letter from the project architect. Staff recommendation is to award bid PC 25019 to Bayou Builders of Bay County in the amount of $258,836.88 for the construction of the project hometown revitalization at 421 Oak Avenue, and authorizing the city manager to execute required change orders up to a cumulative amount of $19,412.00 without further approval by the City Commission.
Okay, one of the things I saw, this is one of the first big items that we've had to, that has come under that Project Hometown Revitalization. And I think you and I talked about this yesterday. And the way you can get your project moved to the front is if you, meaning the person involved, is willing to pay architectural fees. And so, because people in the community have told me that they didn't know that they had that option of paying for architectural fees so that they could get their project moved up. Does that sort of make sense?
It does. And so, obviously, if you're going to rely on grant dollars, whether they be from the federal government or the state government, then there is a procurement process that has to follow. So if you want to use the grant funds for the purpose of the architectural design of Hometown Revitalization Project, you would need to have that properly procured in a very competitive nature. And so that would take longer. However, if you say, hey, listen, save the grant money for me to use only on construction, I will gladly go and hire my own architect to do the design, and I will pay for that. Yes, that would definitely expedite the process because you don't have to have bid documents done. You don't have to put it out for bid for 30 or 45 or 60 days. You don't have to receive those bids and open them in a public fashion and make sure that they are all responsive and appropriate. If you choose to pay for it yourself, you do like you would do with anything personal or private. You go hire who you want, and it doesn't matter if they charge you $1 or $100,000. That's your decision to make. So yes, we have had a few folks that have done that, and that has allowed them to basically hand the design ready to go to bid quicker than those that would like to use the grant fund for everything, both the architectural design and the construction part of it. So I believe this was made known to people. I wasn't here at the time that initial contact was made. So if it wasn't, I apologize that wasn't clear. But my assumption is that most people would want to fully take advantage of the grant, even if it took a little bit longer, because the grant would then pay for both the architectural fees and the construction fees.
I see. Okay. Well, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
If people talk to me about that, I'll have a better understanding, because some people act like they can't move to the front of the line, but like anything else, if you pay some extra, you can do it. Okay. What I asked to get next was the monthly.
I need a motion and a second.
I'm sorry.
I'll move a motion to approve.
Second.
All right. Was there a second?
Yes.
I think I heard that. All right. Ms. Smith, can you call the roll? This is on 9F.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus? Yes. Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. 9H is the monthly financial statement and general fund balance. So, good, Mrs. Smith, could you sort of walk us all through that?
Sure, I can give you the analysis portion if that will suffice for you. Please be advised that as of January 31st, 2025, the fiscal year is 33.3% complete. The variances and percentages used or received should be viewed with this in mind. Most funds are currently operating at a deficit because the annual transfer amounts have been recorded. This anomaly is expected to dissipate as the fiscal year progresses. The equipment maintenance fund's operating deficit is the result of charges for services not being allocated to the various user departments. The deficit in the city SHIP and Housing and Community Services funds exists because allocations haven't been drawn from the granting agencies. Similar findings across most funds include lower than expected expenses across the board because many expenses are paid 30 to 60 days after goods and services are received. Number 2, transfers have been made, as previously noted. And number 3, interest has not been recorded, that's interest revenue. And number 4, substantially all of the debt service principal payments have been made. Items of note include the following. In the general fund, the bulk of the ad valorem tax revenue and fire assessment revenue has been received. Transfers and debt service payments have been recorded. In the community redevelopment agency funds, they have received 100% of their tax increment financing revenue, and the Marina Fund revenues exceed expectations because of an unbudgeted sale of surplus property. Did you have specific questions, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am, I do. On the general fund balance analysis, the Government Finance Officers Association recommends that we have 16.7% of regular general fund operating revenues, and our balance was 17.54. So we're on the positive side, would you say?
That's correct.
Okay.
For fiscal year 2024.
Okay.
But we are in fiscal year 2025.
Okay, so that started November?
October 1st.
October 1st.
2024.
Okay. And then, okay, if activities for fiscal 20, so we're here now, we're looking at 2025. The general fund balance is projected to be, this is for fiscal year 2025, the general fund balance is projected to be 2.11 and 2.35. So you have a recommendation or a caveat to the city manager that we need to reduce the fund balance to avoid negative consequences that occur.
Reduce expenditures.
Oh, okay, to avoid negative consequences. Should the city experience an unexpected change in economic conditions, maybe like a snowstorm or other catastrophic event or a finding by the city's independent auditor of deteriorating conditions. Okay. So as it stands now, we're sort of falling down a bit.
If transactions, budgeted transactions in fiscal year 2025 proceed as they are planned, then yes.
Okay. So we need to either make some money or quit spending money.
Correct.
Okay.
And that has been the theme of the fund balance analysis since I started providing it to you.
Well, thank you. And you've
Nothing new here.
Pardon me?
There's nothing new here.
No, I understand, but I think it's great that we see that because I think you've been doing it about 6-8 months or something like that. So
You'll be seeing it until the situation is corrected. Yes.
we'll see it every
month until it's corrected. Yes.
All right. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Would there be a motion to accept the monthly financial statement?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All right, Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let me see here. We're at my part of the report, and I want to talk about a Citizens Advisory Council. A Citizens Advisory Council is a group of community members who provide input, feedback, and recommendations to government agencies, elected officials, or organizations on various issues affecting the public. These councils serve as a bridge between citizens and decision makers, ensuring that community voices are heard in policy development, planning, and implementation. Key features of a Citizens Advisory Council: they have an advisory role with non-binding recommendations on policies, programs, and projects. There's community representation, which often includes a diverse group of residents, stakeholders, or experts. There's public engagement. We encourage citizen participation. in government decision-making. It should be, or often is, issue-specific, where you can focus on specific topics or serve as a general advisory body. Citizens Advisory Councils exist at various levels of government, including local, state, and federal, and may also be used by private organizations or businesses seeking community input. The power of citizen participation lies in its ability to shape local governance. Citizen involvement in local government is crucial because it promotes responsiveness and accountable governance when citizens participate in decision-making processes. They provide valuable insight and feedback that helps local officials understand community needs and priorities. This input is vital for developing policies and projects that genuinely benefit the community. Moreover, active citizen engagement reinforces the democratic principle that government decisions should reflect the will of the people, ensuring that local governments remain transparent and accountable to their constituents. Engaged citizens are more likely to trust their local government and feel a sense of ownership over community outcomes. This trust is vital for fostering a cooperative relationship between the government and the community, leading to more effective governance and better quality of life for all residents. When citizens are involved in local governance, they help ensure that resources are allocated efficiently and equitably, addressing the unique needs of different community groups. So that is my thoughts on the Community Advisory Council. And let me see, I thought, since I'm talking about a Citizens Advisory Council, I would like to propose that we start with one. To my way of thinking, it's easier to talk about a Citizens Advisory Council than just talking about the generalities, though we can certainly do both. I would like to talk about a Watson Bayou Citizens Advisory Council, and I would like this council to examine the health of Watson Bayou, particularly the liveaboards, and also maybe consider a city-owned and managed mooring field. This would be for boats that could be moored in the city property of Watson Bayou. I think a workshop to engage in the public regarding this might be in order rather than, or it could be as part of the advisory council. I would recommend for member eligibility that we have 7 members from Panama City, 1 appointed by each commissioner and the mayor, and 2 at large chosen by the other 4. There would be 4 members chosen for 2 years and 3 members for 3 years. The meetings would be at City Hall in room 10, with the frequency to be determined by the committee, and I would like the committee to report to the City Commission on a quarterly basis. And at the end of 6 years, the committee could be re-evaluated to see if it should be renewed or if it should be canceled. Would anyone up here like to discuss this? I bring this up with the idea of a Citizens Advisory Council on Watson Bayou, but we could certainly look at Citizens Advisory somewhere else.
This one.
Okay.
I love this one. This was such a struggle for a while, and I know staff, at least Brandy and them, remember this, but we had a death back there. We've had complications. We've had dead dogs wash ashore because of people on the liveaboards doing this or that. We've talked about mooring fields. We went through a lot. And Nevin, I know you and Natalie did a lot of research on that. Right. I love this idea. I totally support the idea. I don't know if it needs to be as long, because I think that there are solutions. I would like for someone to come. These sounds like you need solutions, right? And so I think that I would like to think we'd come up with solutions within a year, I would hope. But I love the idea.
Okay, very good. Would you like to make a motion that we have a Watson Bayou Citizens Advisory Council? And I guess we can hammer out the details.
Okay, I'm happy to do that. I'll move a motion to have a Citizens Advisory Council, or however you word it, for Watson Bayou, the health of the bay, address the liveaboards that are back there, and the possibility of mooring and all that. But like you said, you can hammer the details out later.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second it, and ask that the priority be the part of Watson Bayou that's north of the bridge.
I'd say both of them.
Well, as a priority, let's start there and move down. That's the neglected part of the bayou.
Me.
Not a bad idea. That certainly isn't the most neglected, though these liveaboards are a problem also, but I understand. You got to start somewhere.
And on the timeline, perhaps because we want action to be taken sooner rather than later, that rather than renewal after 6 years, let's look at a 1-year renewal.
Okay, we'd have to change the terms but we could appoint each one for just 1 year, I guess. Would that be what you would think?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to form a Watson Bayou Citizens Advisory. It would be evaluated at 1 year. We have 7 members, and they would have 1-year appointments. Anything else anybody else want to speak about?
I have a concern, and it's not so much the actual what it is we're trying to do here. It's that the item before we got chastised for spending money, and this item would cause, because it's not been budgeted in the 2025 fiscal year budget, this would be unbudgeted funds that we're asking staff to spend, because there would be some funds that would be spent. So I would ask the clerk, would this be something that you would advise so far as, or let me rephrase that question. Would this be unbudgeted funds if we were to move forward with this?
Thank you, Commissioner Granger, for asking. Yes, there is no budget for the funds, and it looks like if the responsibility is to examine the health of Watson Bayou, you would either need experts in the field who are willing to donate their time and efforts for this, or you're going to have to spend some money for experts to do this examination. I would just like to make an aside comment about citizens advisory boards. The city has 13 boards right now. We already have 13. Last meeting, we added a Parks and Rec board for considering the consolidation of parks. That makes 14 boards. The city clerk's office has to manage all of these boards. We're actually in advisory capacity for several of these boards. This is putting an additional strain on my staff. And not only are you going to need more, if this trend continues, not only are you going to need more funding for these advisory boards, but you're going to need an additional staff in the city clerk's office to manage these boards. So you're looking at another, I don't know, with taxes, $45,000 to the general fund.
It's a great question, Granger.
Thank you, Jan. So my problem is not with the board. It has nothing, I don't have any issue with the board itself. It's because it is timely and it's specific in nature, and I told you I'd support that in the past. My problem is the messaging that we're giving to the citizens and the messaging that we're giving to each other up here is in one breath we say we don't have any money and we need to stop spending, and then the next one we say, hey, let's spend some money on this special project that we want to do.
Okay.
So, I mean,
So what I said up here before, though, is why do we have to make everything so formal? I mean, we could just say, hey, yeah, Mayor, that's a great idea. Let's put together some citizens. We could put together citizens that care for that. People, there'll be people who are interested in helping that are experts. Why don't we just see if we can't get a group of people together to help brainstorm? And Nevin and Natalie have done a ridiculous amount of research on it already. So why not just have a focus group?
I don't see where I've asked for any money on this. This looks like it's totally voluntary to me, so I don't see this as an extra expense.
Well, Mayor, I would say that if we're putting together a group and they come back to us and we're talking about Watson Bayou with ideas, that's going to cost some money. And I think that's what Commissioner Granger has asked about and Jan has responded to, that we not set this up for an expectation that
we can't fulfill.
I like the idea of what does it take having a group, and that's why I suggested a shorter time so that we can move toward getting some sort of plan that if we can do it without expending monies to get the planning part done, that would be great. In my mind, I'm thinking we're talking about some meetings, some gathering of data, and then a plan that we can incorporate into the budgeting process, if not for 25, 26, 26, 27. But the Watson Bayou concerns came up at the CRA socials this past week, and this may very well be a move toward getting some things done, particularly in that ignored area of Watson Bayou north of the bridge.
I see this as an all-volunteer board, which would not cost anything, and it's non-binding, so if they come up with a $5 million project, we obviously tell them we can't afford that. But
then you don't need the permission of this board to do that.
Pardon me?
You do not need the permission of this board to do that. You literally do not need to ask anybody up here whether or not you can do a voluntary action.
Is that in our charter?
It doesn't need to be in the charter. It's a voluntary action.
I think everything up here, we've talked about it over and over again, and as Mr. Zimmerman has continuously said, things are cleaner if we have a motion.
But we need a motion if we're going to impact the budget of the city of Panama City. We need a motion if we're going to spend $1 that we haven't already approved. We need a motion if we're going to spend over $100,000 of something that we've already approved. If you're talking about just a voluntary action and no money is going to come out of the city, and you're not going to task Jan with coming up with another official board, which would cost money. I mean, she just told you that she's running thin. Then you don't need that. You don't need us. You can literally just do a voluntary action. My whole point is that if we're saying that we're broke and we can't spend any more money, why then do we do the very next item? We say we want to do this stuff, which is going to cost resources and money.
This is not going to cost any money. I don't see how you can find money here. But, if you don't want it, you don't want to listen to the people, I get it.
That's not what I said, and you know it.
It most certainly is what you said. I think if we do a voluntary board, do we need a motion, Mr. Zimmerman? Or, as you've always said before, things are cleaner if we have motions?
Obviously, it's useful to have a motion, and that's the path that you were on. The issue is, can any city commissioner or the mayor just have its own group that it gets advice from? And of course, you can. That's not an issue. Once you have a committee that's appointed by the city commission, then you just have to help it notice public meetings, help it with taking minutes of the meetings, and then that's on a staff level. That's not necessarily a separate expense that would be billed, but that's just on a staff level. So that doesn't, I think as a suggestion, you might want to ask staff, in light of this feedback and information, to bring back a proposal, which they will be bringing back a proposal on the Parks Committee, membership terms. Maybe there is a cost to it, maybe an estimate of the cost to actually do it, and then take formal action at another meeting as a suggestion. So there won't be any confusion about what we're doing and what the cost may or may not be.
I didn't realize that we had formed a Parks Committee.
The city, I thought, at the last meeting, the city commission voted to have a Parks Committee. Now, you don't have members appointed to it, and I don't believe you have terms, nor do you have a specific charter as far as what they're planning on doing. That will be coming back to the city commission as a staff report, I believe.
Second meeting in March, correct. And it's specifically for the consolidation of parks, as I think Commissioner Lucas alluded to that. That'll be back at the second meeting in March.
So you could treat this like that, where the concept was approved, subject to details being worked out and being brought back to the commission, as an idea.
Okay, so your idea is to ask our staff to look at this and bring back some ideas on how it could be implemented.
And the reason that's useful in a motion is that then the staff knows that the majority of the commission want them to do that. And that is helpful information.
All right, thank you.
Mayor,
Would you like, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say another idea maybe is that the downtown North CRA encompasses part of Watson Bayou. The Millville CRA encompasses the other part of it. Maybe we could, when we work through our strategic partnership, we might be able to say, if we determine that to be a priority, we might be able to consider that one of the like capital improvement projects and be able to fund it through that as well. So just an idea.
Gotcha. What was the motion? We did have a, didn't you?
I think we're just basically, I guess I'll withdraw the motion.
We didn't motion, okay.
Yeah, I'll
We
withdraw
didn't
my
move.
motion. And if we just need staff to tell us what they think it would look like and what it would cost.
All right. Would anyone like to make a motion to ask the staff to look at this Upper Watson Bayou and what it might cost?
And do y'all determine between you and Nevin that that's necessary? Is that what we just?
Nevin said it was cleaner, I think.
I believe, didn't we make a motion on the Parks Consolidation Committee?
We did. Yes, y'all did. The commission made a motion and voted. I don't believe it was unanimous, but the majority did desire us to bring back, and we committed to the second meeting in March, kind of a framework for what that might look like for y'all to consider. And obviously, you'll have to vote in the affirmative recommendation. So I think it was really, the vote was to bring back a framework for y'all to consider at the second meeting in March.
It's helpful. It's not absolutely necessary.
Yeah, 'cause I just don't want to put a lot, I think I voted no for that, but.
You voted yes, ma'am.
I mean, for staff to look at it, but not for there to be a specific parks and.
Right. No, we're bringing back a framework for the Parks and Recs. I mean, I would defer to the clerk, but I'm pretty sure it was specifically to look at consolidation of parks.
Who approved the minutes? No, I'm just kidding.
So it wasn't an advisory council.
No, it was more formal because as a lot of discussion, here it is. Commissioner Street motion for staff to put together a framework for a citizen advisory committee for parks, culture, and recreation for a period of 6 months, specifically consolidation of parks.
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Halligus, Lucas, Granger, and Street, and the mayor. I was wrong. It was unanimous, 5-0. So thank y'all. So that's we got the framework. And I didn't think verbally we committed to have it back by the second meeting in March.
I'll move a motion to put together the framework. Brandon, we did. Yeah. To consider, because I do think it's an issue, it was a priority for me for a while, and then it just kind of fell and died, and I couldn't get much legs on it. So I would love to address both sides of Watson Bayou and what the framework would be and what it would, what the potential cost would be. And then I would like y'all to consider us sharing our CRA resources potentially.
That's another meeting. Huh? That's the CRA meeting.
I know, but, well, then it would come here and all that. But anyway, you get my point.
And we have a social tonight in Millville.
Yes, we'll bring
Okay,
it up.
so you have a motion. Is there a second to Ms. Halligus' motion?
Yes.
Very good. Any further discussion?
What's the motion?
To bring back a framework for the Watson Bayou Citizens Advisory Council, and to bring back potential costs of the action and the potential for using the CRA resources.
Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Moving on, that's the end of mine. Commissioner Lucas.
Thank you, Mayor. Much has already been said about the Black History Proclamation program, and so I won't restate what I had prepared and that has already been addressed. However, I will speak to and first, Mayor, thank you for the apology and for addressing this at the beginning of our meeting. In the course of the remarks, you suggested that Black history might be a waste of time, and you were, questioning thinking out loud, and I want to speak specifically to that. Sitting as the first African-American woman elected to the Panama City Commission, I represent a ward that is very large and diverse in our community. But it also has, as been stated, a large number of African Americans within the ward. And so just taking a moment as I reflect on history, it took us a while to get to this point in our community where there is representation from throughout the community. I'd ask the clerk's office to give me information about the history of voting by wards and by districts in our community. And so I want to thank the clerk and her staff for getting this information to me on such short notice. The shift from single-member districting to at-large voting occurred during segregation, and it may have been a response to the increasing numbers of African-American laborers moving into the city. By requiring candidates to win citywide elections rather than represent specific districts, this system effectively diluted Black voting power, preventing African-Americans from gaining political representation. It wasn't until a lawsuit successfully challenged at-large that the power dynamic changed, leading to the election of the first African-American man to the Panama City Commission in the 1980s. The election system evolved over time. We started in 1909. It was election by simple majority. The staff has been unable to find the ordinance at which the simple majority became district-wide voting in the city. But during a 1984 meeting, they were able to find an anecdotal record that the city may have had single-member districts until 1958, when at-large voting was implemented, potentially as a means of suppressing Black political influence. And then it was in 2008 that not 2008, yes, formally required single-member districts, which bring us to this point today. The struggle for representation in Panama City is part of a larger historical fight for Black political power throughout the South and the country. So dismissing the importance of Black History Month ignores these hard-fought battles and the systemic barriers that Black residents have overcome. Dr. King wrote, "Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will." And so this conversation that we've had today has been uncomfortable for many of us at different points in the time. But I dare say that's what Dr. Carter G. Woodson intended, that we would share knowledge and education and that we would work together. So, Mayor, while your comments have drawn some ire and some support, you've caused us to have a conversation during this Black History Month that I think is both needed. And I would caution all of us to remember that while we hold strongly our opinions and our beliefs, that we should seek to understand as well as to be understood. So thank you for this opportunity to address that.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucas. I appreciate being part of something that we get to converse about, and we can have different opinions, but we're all people. We're all trying to do the best for the city. So I appreciate everything you said, and I appreciate everything that the Black community has done for the city. They've done a great job, and they like me. We're all part of God's creation, and we're all working together for this. So thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Ms. Smith, I believe you're, I'm sorry, I'm city attorney. I'm stealing, Nevin, I'm stealing your position. I'm sorry.
We're up to item 12A. Excuse me. It's consideration of approval for a resolution concerning utilities undergrounding efforts and a budget amendment. The first resolution, it's 2025-0211.3, directs the city manager and the city attorney to pursue regulatory avenues, government programs, and grants available to the city to attain the city's undergrounding goals. The second resolution, 2025-0211.2, approves the attached continuing engagement letter with the city's consulting firm, James R. Kelly, PA, at his prior hourly rates, and the budget resolution amends the city's budget for the infrastructure surtax to cover the anticipated costs for this fiscal year, 24-25. The city has already begun its efforts to strengthen different aspects to work toward local infrastructure and undergrounding efforts, and that was through the adoption of an ordinance in December. And that ordinance required that all new construction be underground utilities, and also that there be a cooperative effort when Florida Power and Light does begin an undergrounding program. That program is, there was a 2019 law that was passed, and pursuant to that law, the utilities are to file what's called a Storm Secure Undergrounding Program. And there's a map, and on that map and in that program, they would identify areas within Panama City and all the other places within their rate base that would be, they would start undergrounding. If the program is part of the map filed with the Public Service Commission, then there is no additional cost to the city to achieve undergrounding of utilities, as long as it's in the Storm Secure Undergrounding Program. So the goal is to encourage FPL to consider Panama City. Right now, there's no area in Panama City where Florida Power and Light has indicated, pursuant to that map, that it would begin undergrounding. So the goal is to encourage Florida Power to put areas of Panama City, hopefully all of Panama City eventually over multiple years, within the map and pursue that. Also, your consultants will be pursuing other grants that might be available to assist in that. So the request is to adopt the resolution that designates and encourages your staff, designates city attorney and the city manager to work with the consultants and primarily Florida Power and Light to obtain putting our projects potentially in their program, and then also a budget amendment that would allow for the anticipated expense of the consultants, and it would be paid for not out of the general fund, but out of the infrastructure surtax.
Okay, so we need a motion. There's two items here. There's 202, 502, 11.2. That's the engagement letter. And then we have the utilities and communications undergrounding efforts, which is 2025, 211.3. Those are separate, I would think.
They're separate resolutions. They could be adopted together with one motion, or they could be adopted in two motions.
A motion we approve to both of them in one motion.
A second.
Very good. Any further discussion? It's a tremendous idea. I think it's great that we're going to get some help putting stuff underground. I mean, no, I never thought it was possible. So great. Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Motion passes. Both motions pass 5-0.
Okay, the first resolution that was adopted is Resolution 2025-0211.2, a resolution providing for the amendment of the approved fiscal year 24-25 budget to utilize infrastructure surtax funds for underground utility improvements, and that also approved the continued engagement. Then the second resolution that was adopted is resolution number 2025-0211.3, a resolution of the City of Panama City, Florida, directing the city manager and city attorney to utilize best efforts to proceed with city efforts for the citywide conversion of aerial, overhead, and above-ground electric and communications infrastructure to underground, where such conversion is feasible and attainable through legal and regulatory avenues and government programs and grants available to the city, to utilize city and engaged expert resources to assist the city in these efforts, and further directing the city manager and city attorney to periodically update the city commission on status and progress of these endeavors.
All right, Jan, you're up, the city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. At the last commission meeting, I was directed to bring back a recommendation on the level of unassigned fund balance that the city should hold. I've written a memo here. The memo includes a description of what our current policy provides, which is a target balance of 30% of annual budgeted operating expenditures to commit for disaster emergency reserves, and a target balance of 10% of annual budgeted operating expenditures as unassigned fund balance. Our policy includes debt service payments in the definition of annual budgeted operating expenditures. The GFOA the Government Finance Officers Association, the GFOA, recommends at a minimum that general purpose governments, regardless of size, maintain unrestricted budgetary fund balance in their general fund of no less than 2 months, which is 16.7% of regular general fund operating revenues or regular general fund operating expenditures. Debt service payments are not included in the GFOA definition, and there is a difference in unassigned fund balance versus unrestricted fund balance as well. I did a quick and dirty analysis of some Florida municipal governments that is attached at the back of the agenda item. You can see that everything ranges from 15 to 30%, but there was no definition of expenditures in there. These primarily came from their annual financial reports. So my recommendation, since we seem to be, pretty close to the ballpark, what I would like to see is that the current fund balance policy be amended to require an unassigned fund balance of 16.7% rather than a target balance. But our current policy has no teeth. It just says it would be nice if we had this, and it'd be nice if we had that, but there's no teeth in that ordinance. It doesn't tell us what happens if we don't meet those requirements. So I would like to see a requirement to maintain the GFOA recommendation of 16.7%, but I would request that it be unassigned fund balance and not unrestricted fund balance, and it would include the debt service, the same definition that the city's policy currently has. I would also recommend a target balance of the same amount, 16.7%, to be committed fund balance for emergency operations. So that would be 16.7% of completely unassigned fund balance required, and a target of 16.7% for the emergency operations. And I would also recommend a course of action to pursue if the unassigned fund balance falls below the policy's required amount. And the actions should be approved by the commission during the budgeting process. And some ideas could include increasing revenue sources such as ad valorem taxes, fire assessment fees, merchant service fees, other sources of revenue, or budget cuts, which is cutting expenditures, or a combination of both in an appropriate amount to achieve the policy compliance. Also, the request included where we were with fund balance and what we needed for fund balance. Under our current budget, the level of unassigned fund balance to meet the recommended policy requirements would be $11,620,318 at the end of September 30, 2025. The estimated unassigned fund balance at the end of September 30th, 2024, which was last fiscal year, is $9,807,726, but we have appropriated in the fiscal year 2025 budget $8.3 million of that amount. So that only leaves $1.5 million of unassigned fund balance if everything occurs according to our plan for fiscal year 2025. So that is my recommendation, and I will wait for further direction.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion to accept Ms. Smith's recommendation? I believe it's 16.7 for the unrestricted budgetary balance in the general fund and...
Unassigned.
I'm sorry, the unassigned. And I think we also had...
A target of 16.7 for the commitment for emergency operations.
Okay, and I like your idea of putting teeth in it. So the teeth would be, it would come to the commission, and the commission would have to make some recommendations on how we're going to solve the problem.
Would have to adopt a resolution to the problem, yes.
Okay? Would anyone like to make a motion to that effect, or well, let's go there first. Anybody want to make a motion to support the treasurer, Ms. Smith's, her recommendations?
I have some.
Recommendation now, we're compliant already with the 16.7, correct?
At the end of fiscal year 2024, yes.
I do have some questions, Jan. One, if we create this restriction of what you're talking about, how does that change the way that we're doing reimbursements with grants and those things?
That has no effect. This is just for the general fund.
Okay.
Grants are budgeted. Each one has its own specific budget. So it's not part of the general fund. It's not part of a utility. It's not in any operating fund. Each grant's budget is adopted by individual grant.
So I guess my question is that, let's say a grant takes, another 30 days to be reimbursed, then what's that? Is this going to hinder cash flow, the ability to make payments?
Well, cash flows, this doesn't take cash flow into account whatsoever. There's nothing about cash.
This is just for specifically emergency operations.
Our savings account.
I think my only hesitation is because we're still in the midst of recovery projects. How do we take into account what we're finishing up from Hurricane Michael, and those things at the same time build to that? Would you be willing for us to give you direction to get us a long-term trajectory plan to get us to that point? Because, we can adopt this today, but we're going to be out of compliance with it within 30 days. And I guess that's my concern is...
Well, you won't know until September 30th, 2025, whether you're in compliance or not.
So
As
we
of
won't
now,
know.
as of today, September 30th, 2024.
I understand.
You're in
Okay.
compliance until the audit comes out. And it still could change because you've noticed every month it's going up and
or
down a
down,
little
yeah,
bit based on the journal entries that are being recorded in the books and records for fiscal year 2024. What the auditor finds, hopefully, nothing significant. But the issue with the current situation is all of that is grant money that doesn't really have any effect on the general fund. The only thing that really affected it was the PMO office. That was the real coup de grace for the general fund because it was an operating fund being operated outside the general fund. Should have never been set up the way that it was. Should have been a part of the general fund.
So if we adopt today, basically what it would mean is, we're going to continue to get our monthly financial reports. We'll also go into our strategic priorities workshop.
Right.
We'll have that information to kind of look and make adjustments if needed at that point.
Right.
But really what you're asking for is an additional policy that when we walk into next budget year, based upon what this reserve balance is,
Right.
is how we would address that.
Exactly. Because those things, if you're going to raise ad valorem taxes or fire assessment fees or merchant fees or any kind of revenue source, you're going to need more than 1 month of notice to be able to do that, right? You don't want to walk in to vote on a budget in August to raise taxes that you just figured out now you need to raise. So in 2024, you're still in compliance with the policy. At the end of September 2025, that's when you would be evaluating whether in 2026 you're going to need to raise taxes or cut budgets or whatever the case may be.
So going back to our conversation last meeting, What we really should do is take proactive action in leading into that, so that we're not forced into a scenario where we have to raise taxes.
Exactly.
Or we have to make a certain number of budget cuts.
Yeah.
We should go ahead and take the projections that you're giving us on a monthly basis
Right.
and make those adjustments mid-year, so that when we're in September, we're not with, and I think I used the appropriate response, a gun to our head.
Exactly.
In September to make a change to keep a general fund balance for disasters.
That's the idea. Yes.
I just want to make sure that everybody kind of understood, why this policy, ultimately, I think this is a much more realistic policy than what we had. 30% was just, you can even see in the examples, very few had anything of that. And most of them didn't count in debt service payments into their
That's
calculation
correct.
either.
And I agree with you, with one of the comments that you made at the last meeting. There is such a thing as having too much money. We don't want to be, requirement to hold 16.7% gives you a little bit of a cushion for economic downturns. The 16.7 target is for emergency reserves. That way, it goes up and down depending on what kind of emergencies you've had to use the funds for.
Yep. With that knowledge, I do think that we're still in a messy part of the process. I don't think that this is just going to be, we do this and this fixes everything. It doesn't do that. But it does give us a good target and a clarity with what we're trying to achieve, which ultimately is, an emergency fund is really what it stands.
Thank you. That was my goal.
All right, so I think we have a motion to approve this, I believe. Is that?
No.
No, we don't have any motion.
It was a
Okay.
discussion.
Is there a motion to approve Ms. Smith's recommendation?
And this is just to bring back the ordinance, a revised ordinance. So you're not adopting anything today. It's just to bring back a revised ordinance, the revised fund balance ordinance.
Jan, can we, as part of not this first phase in the budget workshop, but the second phase in the budget workshop, discuss before you bring us back the defined of what we will do if then
Okay.
we will do this, so that we have a really good understanding of what those actions and what tools are in our tool chest to address when that emergency fund balance drops below a
Okay.
certain point.
Well, it's not the emergency fund balance because that's still just a target.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
the
the
reserve
unassigned.
balance. Yeah,
Okay.
unassigned reserve.
So you want the ordinance back after the second budget workshop?
I think that would be the best time for us to be able to evaluate with the information that you guys are going to be building between then and now.
Sure thing.
That's my motion. Yes.
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right, item 14A is consideration to approve the selling of parcel number 20248-000-000, a waterfront access lot totaling 1.54 acres owned by the city of Panama City. As background information, the city of Panama City owns an excess amount of property around the city, many of which would be better served by the private sector if the city has no specific or planned use. Parcel 20248-000-000 was originally purchased by the city in 2004 for the purpose of a future planned federal courthouse location. The lot was purchased utilizing the general fund, so there are no CRA or housing restrictions on selling it. Staff suggests selling it through the auction process, as it has recently been successfully used to sell other city-owned lots. Staff recommends the commission approve selling the parcel described above and authorize the city manager to execute any actions on behalf of the commission in and for the process.
All right, would anyone like to discuss the selling of this parcel?
Mayor, I'd like to hear from you. I know this was your thoughts, and just kind of was curious what you were thinking.
Well, Jonathan and I had a discussion, and I asked him if it was his job to make money for the city or if it was my job. And I like to get things down to basic. And Jonathan said it was both of our jobs. So, and I said, well, Jonathan, what have you done what have you done to bring money to the city? And he said, well, I've tried. I brought the paid parking, and you all shot it down. And he's right. He did bring paid parking, would have made some money, but we did shoot it down. So, score one for him. He recommended we drop the fire tax a little bit, but the commission here, we all dropped it a lot. So we took some more money away from him. So the only way we can, I'm still looking forward to, Jonathan, to put some proposals out there that are going to help us make money. But one of the ways that we can have a more sturdy financial status would be either we have to quit spending money or we have to find a way to make money. And we both came up with this big piece of property. I guess I drive by it several times a day, and maybe we could sell it. And that would help our reserves for sure. There's some things on the agenda we got to quit. We got to quit buying also. So we'll talk about that. But Patty Sunday brought up something that I had never thought of, and that if we could use this to form a public-private partnership, maybe we could help members of the community and make something good for the city and have a positive financial impact for the city. So I'm sort of torn between which way to go. And I don't know. We need to, it is a piece of property. We need to do something with it. But if it would help the community that we could form a partnership and some businesses go there, I think that would, to me, that's even better. So that's where I am on that. I welcome any input from any of you.
No, I know that, I was a little bit perplexed because it's waterfront, and I know that you've had some issues with waterfront selling, but you don't have a problem with this one.
You have a good memory.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
You have a good memory. No, you're right.
We're discussing the now, so it doesn't matter. But
You're right. I
so
do.
Patty and I had actually worked on this several years ago, trying to come up with something it was mainly for economic development, kind of the same thing. I am 100% supportive, Mayor, of selling this property. I mean, we've owned it for like 20 plus years, not making any interest, not paying no money, no revenue is coming to the city. And there was potential interest there. However, and I mean, it's really the same thing as the marina, it's going into a partnership with somebody in order to be able to have some positive recurring revenue or selling it. My only disagreement with it, I don't care what we do, I do think we need to explore, options, what to do with it. I just don't want to take forever like some other things that have been going on. But I do worry about auctioning. I just feel like when we've auctioned and I don't know the answer to this, when we've auctioned the last couple properties, have they been under market value?
No, thank you, Commissioner. And I want to add a couple of items to kind of fill in some of the blanks. So first off, when we auction any property, we get an appraisal, and I work with the logistics team to set a reserve. So,
okay.
Yeah. So I'm not going to go no one's going to come in and, no one was paying attention and they got this property for $300K or anything like that. So, I would get an appraisal and I would have an idea of what it's worth. And then I would set that reserve. I might even get two appraisals and, look at the two of them, have a conversation and put it out. We've been very successful. That's how we're selling the property at 13th and Beck. And just to, what I meant by, it's all of our jobs. We're looking at a broader, kind of analysis inventory of all the lots we own. In the city of Panama City, including some of the parks. Now, that will specifically be done, I believe, by this Citizens Advisory Committee as we look at the 60 or so parks that we have. So as we work towards kind of looking at all of these lots that we have, a ton of lots around the city that aren't even parks. You're just sitting here like this waterfront property that you've alluded to that we've sat on for over 20 years now with nothing to be done. Eventually, we will start bringing in broader formal recommendations to unload some of the property that I believe is better served in the private sector. However, when I say it's also y'all's job, if during specific efforts and projects, one of the 5 of you, like the mayor did with this one, like Josh did with 13th and Beck, flag for me, I apologize, Commissioner, I will bring those on a case-by-case basis. Hey, let's sell this particular property now for the specific purpose of, say, using those resources to do something else, so we don't have to use the general fund, so that we're not having to pull from reserves to, say, solve parking challenges in St. Andrews. For expedience sake, I would like to auction this. I would, again, commit to getting an appraisal and setting that as a reserve. Happy to read you in on some of those amounts, ma'am. If you have any concerns, I'd be happy to commit to bringing that back to the commission to rediscuss before we move forward. But we feel very confident in the auction process, and the particular lot over in Millville sold for over what the reserve was, and so we're able to use that to hopefully use that to do the boat enhancements for the downtown marina boat ramp that we've been authorized to design that. So hopefully that kind of clarifies kind of the process. And like I said, we have I think everybody has said that. I've heard it from all 5 of you, as well as a lot of the senior staff and the public, that there are dozens of lots that the city owns in all 4 of your wards that we really have no business owning, and we really need to take a hard look at that. So we want to move forward objectively, but on a case-by-case basis, such as this, 13th and Beck, the Millville lot, I'm happy to consider that, bring that forward.
So I'd like to, which I will give a motion, but what I'm thinking right now is I'd like to have the 2 appraisals done. And I would like, I'm a little bit, I don't know if we should just auction it off. I mean, it's not, the best waterfront in the world, but it is waterfront. And because it's downtown and everything that's going on, I mean, we might want to have some say-so on what's being accomplished there.
Then why not consider a P3?
I would,
and
100%.
invite, just put it out there to bid and invite a company to come in and tell us how they want to develop it, and we tell them what we want to see out of it.
As long as we don't sit on it.
Exactly, and as long as it doesn't take forever to actually get through the process. But I think that would actually bring a lot of residential. We could even look at doing something like mixed use in that area.
Love it.
That would kind of revitalize this entire area. Just a thought. I would support
But
that.
I like it.
All right.
I'm supportive of the appraisal process as well as looking at P3Ps. I think one of the things that's kind of unique about these parcels, they are waterfront. And regardless of whether we're using it or we're not, I think that does take a different lens whenever we discuss that, because it does have potential for waterfront access to our citizens. So, I'd say continue down the discussion. But before we get to an actual decision point, we need to either, one, have a better project that's going to be accomplished as a result of doing this, or have a good project that both has a public and a private benefit that we can show our citizens, hey, this is a good use of this piece of property. Like a courthouse it was purchased to do a public-private partnership, or a public-public partnership, I guess.
So one example of that would be if we were to move forward like a P3 type situation where citizens could, or maybe we would say, hey, we want to let the citizens have access to the water portion here, or at least a portion of it, to where they could fish or just be there to enjoy the water.
I'll just point out, Mayor, Commissioners, immediately to the left, you can't really see it, but there is an easement that is there that comes off of 6th Street and goes all the way down kind of to that cluster of trees at the very bottom left corner. And then you'll see about 11 or 12 lots on Harmon Avenue. The city also owns all of those. So I think we need to have a conversation long-term about those lots as well. But right now they're being used for the laydown yard for Harrison Avenue Phase 2. And might eventually have to be used for O12. And so we don't want to necessarily get rid of those lots at this point. So
Those definitely are going to be necessary for someone. I remember those were going to be necessary to make any kind of mixed use there, was to have those lots. So that's definitely something we would just, first of all, it'd probably be a while before someone would actually start construction by the time you get through that. But if so, surely we could find another laydown yard if we needed to.
we could. It's just,
So-
it's currently stacked now, but
Yes.
we're ahead of schedule on Harrison Avenue Phase 2. And so I think by the time anyone's ready to develop potentially that parcel, Harrison Avenue Phase 2 will be long done.
I would support the P3 option, particularly with having a say after having sat in on the Greenville mayor's presentation on Sunday and what they did in Greenville to create spaces for the public. This would be an ideal space. What used to be there back in the day, this was called East End. And there was a barbershop, some juke joints, a pool hall. The older Pierce sisters in the back may know more about this than I. But I can just envision a funky little groovy area here with restaurants and access to the water. So, yes, Mayor, you done good.
So I guess what I'm hearing is that somebody wants to make a motion that we consider, first of all, I think I heard appraisal and then put it out for a P3?
I'll make a motion to approve that.
Okay, so you're going to make a motion to get an appraisal and put it out for a P3. Would we put a limit, pardon me?
A P3 funky development.
Would we put a limit like 6 months to talk about it or 3 months?
I hope we can do better than that.
I would think we would go out for an RFP sooner rather than later. Do y'all want us to include the 11 or 12 lots as well?
Yes, not to keep bringing Patty up, but we just did so much work with that, and every developer we talked to, they needed it to be, anyway, yeah.
Right, they might not be able to use it right away, but they could, so, yeah.
I'll second that.
All right. Any further discussion?
I'd like to add one thing to the discussion. You do have a comprehensive plan provision that says that you're not to vacate, sell, or otherwise dispose of water access property unless there's a compelling or overriding public interest. And obviously, as we go through this process, this vote today isn't to do away with waterfront property. This vote today is to explore that along with this notion of either there's an overriding public interest, or it may be that you include within the project waterfront access. So I'm just making the point that is something for us to have in the back of our minds as we go through this process to make sure that we're in compliance with our own comprehensive plan.
So to put that in non-lawyer speak, we can't give away water access. We have to keep it.
You can't. You can.
We're not going to.
You can sell it, but you have to have a compelling or overriding public interest if it's waterfront access, or you preserve waterfront access in the process.
I think we're going to preserve it. Yeah.
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
So, Attorney, should that language then be a part of whatever RFP process we put out?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Zimmerman will be a part of drafting the RFP.
Okay. So the motion is to get it appraised and put it out in RFP and include those lots. Is that how I'm reading this?
That's what I have, sir.
Thank you. All right, could you call the question?
Well, we really don't need an appraisal if we're going to do an RFP. I don't know if I want to spend city money getting appraisals. So if y'all would be open to that. If I'm just going to do an RFP, I don't want to spend money getting appraisals.
I would suggest that we do get an appraisal for the sole reason of knowing the value of what we have. When we're at the table for the discussion of a private partner, if we know the value of the chips that we have on our side of the table, it would allow for better negotiations with anybody out there who may want to work with us.
I'm good with that. Good point, sir.
All right.
So I have 2 appraisals. Are we getting 2 appraisals, 1 appraisal?
I would like to get 2 for this, if I'm allowed. Yes.
Thank you.
How wild those are.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 14B is consideration of approval to add via Resolution 202-50211.1 non-binding referendums regarding pedestrian, stormwater, environmental, and safety improvements on Beach Drive and questions regarding the replacement and funding of the Marina Civic Center on the April 22nd, 2025 municipal election. As background information attached for the Commission's consideration and discussion are potential referendum questions and a resolution for Panama City voters to weigh in regarding proposed pedestrian, environmental, and safety improvements along Beach Drive utilizing the state and/or city right-of-way, as well as the replacement and funding of the Marina Civic Center in the city municipal election scheduled for April 22nd of 2025. Staff seeks direction from the Commission on their input and desires for these proposed referendum, non-binding referendum questions. Mr. Mayor?
All right, let's see, the referendum question is, looks like there's two. Referendum number one is should the city of Panama City use state funding, grant 450-941 to improve pedestrian safety, enhance landscaping, make stormwater and environmental improvements, and beautify Beach Drive within the publicly owned right-of-way with the understanding that these funds are restricted and cannot be used for any other location in the city. Since I got the floor, I'm going to tell you that is ridiculous. This is like saying, do you believe in apple pie and motherhood? If you read through that, you can't help but vote yes. But none of the negatives are listed whatsoever. This is a poll that is obviously designed to say yes, and it's obviously unfair. Doesn't pay any attention to any of the prior discussion that we've had about this. So I feel that it's quite frankly a travesty that we're bothering to bring this up. This is something we've kicked around for 2 years. I think everybody knows that everybody up here on this dais is in favor of the path except me. So why all of a sudden are we asking the city? Would anybody else like to comment?
I guess since I got blamed for it, I'll make a few comments. One, I mean, as far as the language goes, like this wasn't language that I constructed. So this has been come through, I guess, feedback and trying to define what the project is. I don't consider this trying to make a persuasive argument or not. I think our citizens have already made up their mind one way or the other on whether they support it or whether they don't. I think what this does provide us is an opportunity to allow all citizens to vote in it, and therefore not having to go against their neighbors and what they're saying. Also not having to come to a meeting every single week to express their opinion. And so it's a very clear way to get the actual who supports, who doesn't, not through surveys that are made up of people that don't even live in the city, but actually our citizens that pay taxes here, that live here, and ultimately elect us to represent this. I can live with whatever the outcome is of it. I was there before, even 6-8 months ago, and felt like when it started to get pulled into a political this, that, the other, is when I kind of stepped out and I said, well, fine then, I'll just kind of back away. But I do think there is a lot of people that would love the opportunity to just voice one time on whether they support the project or whether they don't. And I think it would be good to afford people that opportunity. That's it.
If that's the case, then you need to add, since it sounds like you didn't put the verbiage here, but you've been blamed for it. So anyway, there's many, many reasons that this is not a good idea. None of them are listed on here. So this is a bogus referendum question. It's been totally stated that you got to vote yes, or you're against everything. And it needs to say what the negative arguments are, because there are a multitude of negative arguments, including the fact that there's been 2 public forums, and at both of these forums, the majority of people voted against it. The Chevron company is at the end of this road. They're totally against it. It doesn't connect the marinas. The city becomes responsible for a road, and we all know what kind of problems we have taking care of roads. This is going to encourage erosion. We're going to ruin a beautiful view for everyone. The city's going to have to maintain it. City becomes responsible for the road. So, and let's go back to February 14th, 2023. Commissioner Street, and I would like to quote, "We aren't going to talk about how we are not going to accomplish the sidewalk," end quotes. Commissioner Halagus, quote, "This is going to come back to the citizens," end quote. I don't believe this has come back to the citizens in an appropriate fashion, because we have a large number of people that continuously come up here and tell us they're against it, and these are the people that are most affected. They're the people that live right on Beach Drive. So we are not listening to those constituents. So let's include that among the no answers, and then I think we'll have more of a legitimate referendum question. Would anyone else, Commissioner Street and myself have voiced some opinions about the referendum number 1. Would anybody else up here like to speak about it?
I mean, it's non-binding. It doesn't mean anything. It's like taking a poll of the 13% of people that show up. I mean, I'm not for it.
I would agree, just what you're saying, it's non-binding and doesn't show, but if we're going to do it, the no's need to have a little reasonable input into how the question is asked. It's just, it's biased, it's unfair.
I think anytime you put a referendum out there, whether you call it non-binding or not, it is binding. And what I mean by that is not in the legal sense, but in the sense of if we put this out there and the citizens vote against it, then this board is going to have to I am going to go along with what the citizens vote for, yes or no. So I have spoken out against putting this item on a referendum or out to vote. This is the third time that it's come before me. I find it interesting that some voted for it last time. Now they're not wanting to vote for it this time, and so on and so forth. I'm making the point that if this moves forward, whatever comes out of it is what I'm moving forward with, and that's what I'm committing to, and I expect the rest of the board to do the same thing.
Well, that's exactly what's scary about this thing. It is so slanted to be yes that you can't hardly vote no. And as far as it being binding, I would like to have you all remember some years ago we were talking about moving the airport. The airport used to be over by Kings Point. There was a referendum regarding whether it should be moved or not. The majority of the people in the city voted against moving it, and it got moved anyway. It turns out that's probably a good idea. The airport has certainly done wonderful, but this doesn't, just because it's out there as a referendum doesn't mean it's binding. So I have no intention of supporting this unless the language can get cleaned up and no can be given its obvious credence.
I would just like to say, I don't feel that way just about this item. I feel that way about all the items. I just think it sets a precedent that, I'm not going to have to deal with or worry about. But, we have elections coming up. People stand on what they stand on. You'll vote for the person that you elect to represent you, and you either like it or you don't, but that's the democracy of it all. And, can you imagine if everything had come down to a referendum for all these controversial things we've had to do, whether it be golf carts, social district, everything is like, but that's just, so I just want y'all to know it's not just that, although I can see the viewpoints of how these things go. But we're talking about the Civic Center. We have, I think that the idea, Josh, of having the bed tax, if that's something that the county would pass and that's something, but I think that's something you can lead without it being on a referendum. You know, we already know that the taxpayers don't want any more burden of tax, right? So then it would be up to your elected officials to do everything they can and turn over every stone. And we know that everybody wants a civic center somewhere. So that's the only reason I feel that way. So just to be clear, I feel I'm a big no on all the referendum.
I second that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to vote no on referendum number 1 and number 2. Any further discussion?
Well, what was the motion?
Didn't actually make one.
Vote no on both of them? Isn't that what the motion was?
All of it, but I didn't actually make a motion. I was just speaking. But
Ms. Lucas seconded this.
I seconded your motion.
There's value in having conversation around the civic center stuff. It sounds like you'd like to
there's
say
two
something.
reasons why. One, it does take, for bed tax dollars, it does take showing support to put it on a ballot, to get the county actually to take action on that. That's not something that the city can. The other thing is, and you guys are seeing this right now, we have a significant number of people that support a large outdoor amphitheater, and we have a significant number of people that still want the indoor facility. I couldn't tell you how that's going to land. I really don't. And so by creating that, none of this costs us any money. Like, if we don't put anything on here, all that's going to be on the ballot is essentially 2 names on a giant blank sheet of 11 by 17 paper or whatever the size is. That's it. So we have an opportunity to ask our citizens questions. And, you know, frankly, I don't know what we're scared of in asking that. I agree with Brian and his point. That we have to, if we're going to ask the question, we have to be willing to honor the answer that's given. So I agree with that. But this is also an opportunity to kind of to cut through. I mean, every single time, let's be, just call it what it is. Like, most of our meetings, it is the same exact thing that's said over and over and over and over again. But there's thousands of citizens. They're going to show up to give a voice, and some that may not come otherwise, that can't come to a meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock at night for that matter, and would like to have a time of input. And in the people that I've even talked to that are against, you know, whether it be the path or whether it be a referendum, they still have this element when you talk to them about doing it, you know what, I'll honor what my neighbors ultimately select. And I think that's the important side of this. We have an opportunity to kind of cut through the noise, cut through the arguments, and get a temperature on what people really want for both the Civic Center, how they want it funded. Because it was right, just how Daniel said. We started off an endeavor to build a $170 million Civic Center that we didn't have money to do. And so now we get to start from the beginning, ask people what they want, and then also ask what funding sources they're willing to dedicate to it. And so, granted, when the whole concept and conversation started, it was a multiple choice question, not 7 different questions. But with a referendum, I guess all you can do is ask yes or no. And so that's kind of what ultimately ended up structuring questions, is you have to talk about what it is and you have to ask yes or no. That's the only thing that you can do. And you got so many words that you can use. I mean, it's a very limited process. But you know, for me, on where I stand with it, I mean, I have ideas on what I think is the right or wrong answer to do something, but if people show up and they show up enough and they care enough to come to the poll to vote for, you know, whether it be the Beach Drive sidewalk or whether it be for an indoor facility or whether it be for something like that matters to me. And it does provide an element for me to have clarity on what at least there's a significant amount of support for in the community. I think that's really all that it's saying. I don't think this is something we should do on every issue. I don't think this is something but these are 2 very unique issues. I mean, one is replace the structure that got damaged by Hurricane Michael, $34 million. We got to figure out what we're going to do. And we've already botched it once. And then the other one is just a controversial sidewalk project. And so, you know, that is something for people to kind of weigh into on whether they want it or whether they don't. So ultimately, I support what the commission wants to do, but I just want to at least make sure it's representative of what's being talked about here and why the question's being asked before you make a decision. So
A concern I have about these questions speaks to what you desire. And I think what we would all desire by asking questions is clarity. But these questions, I think the answers to them could create more confusion than clarity. So someone might say referendum to consider the replacement of the Civic Center, should it be in place with a 2,000 plus seat? They may say no, because they want a 4,000 seat or one of these items here. You know, it doesn't say what I want to see, so I'm going to say no. But if they move ahead with it, then I'm going to say yes to the bed tax. You know, I don't want the way it's described here. I do want something if they move forward with something. And so the answers that we may get from this won't necessarily give us linear clarity, I think. And that's one of the challenges that I see with it. Maybe if we're going to move forward, pick one question that we really want the desired answer to. This board has made the decision that we're going to move forward. We've hired somebody to find money for a performing arts center. So do we really need to ask if that's what we want at this time? And so those are my thoughts in reference to the questions that are being asked. And I think a few good questions versus 7 questions is better.
Okay, could we break this down and look at referendum number 1 and then look at referendum 2 through 7? And I would like to also comment that Commissioner Street wants to know what people think. And, you know, for 2.5 years, I don't think I've seen anybody come up here and say they like that path business. And we can routinely get people say they don't like the path. So if we're going to listen to the people that come to the commission meetings, it's obvious what we need to listen to.
We had Chicago Charter School fill this room with people that supported it. We've had numerous times that there's been people that have supported it. Yes, there's a group that advocates every single week against it, but there's still been a lot of people that have shown up in support. And so I think that discounts the people that actually do support, you know.
Well, I'd have to say I haven't seen them. I don't remember that charter school, but I certainly respect the children, even if they can't vote.
Yep.
Mr.
Mayor, if just one thing I left off when I read this, and I apologize. Number one, I believe, Mr. Zimmerman, they can pull off certain ones, and this resolution can still proceed if y'all want 1, 2, or all 7. But there is a deadline. Whatever y'all decide, the deadline is this Friday at noon, because this is qualifying week for the April election. So we will need to communicate to Ms. Ward, the Supervisor of Elections, and her team, probably tomorrow or Thursday with the language in order for it to make the April 22nd, 2025 ballot. And then I was also reminded, one of the other challenges, and I think some of the desire to provide clarity excuse me, is the 2 public meetings that we had, kind of where we were getting feedback from folks. You know, we asked if people wanted to see the, excuse me, see the design and provide input on it to please come to the meeting. And yes, some came to the meeting with the express purpose of saying no to the path. But at the time that we were promoting the event and framing it, we didn't say, hey, public, you know, if you just simply want the path, please at least come and say, yes, we want it. And so we know there's a lot of people that didn't come because they don't really care what it looks like. They just want a path there. And so I think that had we said, hey, listen, we're also going to take I guess a term, maybe a straw poll of this, I know we would have seen a lot more people show up just to express their support for it, but that wasn't the way that meeting was framed. It was like, if you want to see what we're proposing and you have influence on it, or you want to try to make some suggestions, please come to it. And then again, some use that to simply say, you know, no path, but we didn't communicate to folks, you need to come at least say yes path if you want it, but don't care what it looks like. So I think those numbers are probably a little off as well. Just, I know that was like 18 to 24 months ago, so that's been a while. So I think, thanks for the reminder of that.
Well, thank you for the reminder, because you're totally wrong. At both of those meetings, I spoke to Mr. Jones about putting an item on there where they could vote no path. He said it was too late, so he didn't put it on there. So never in those two public meetings, largely attended, never was there an option of no path. So this business that if you had promoted the path, you'd get more people in favor, that's baloney. We had these things, people came. The overwhelming numbers in both situations was against the path, even though that was not on the ballot. So you saying that if we'd have told everybody they could come and promote the path, we'd have got more yeses? I don't know. But that's not what we did, and it's not what happened. And you can talk about it all you want. It was not on there.
No, I'm agreeing with you. That was not the purpose of the public workshops, was to say yes or no to the path. It was to provide feedback. So I think what I'm saying is there were people that support the path but didn't come to provide input because they weren't expressed, hey, we need you to come communicate yes or no, you support the path. I think I'm agreeing with you, Mr. Mayor. That was not on the ballot.
In regards to referendum number 1, I think that I could support this going on the ballot, but I think the wording does need to be changed a little bit to just factual statements.
Okay, we're still talking about the path, and
that's what I'm talking about, referendum number 1.
Okay, well, I'm talking to Mr.
All right, well, I'm talking to the public, which is
talking to Mr. Hayes at the moment, and I'm talking to him.
Like where it says beautify Beach Drive.
Excuse me, I'm talking to him, and I'm having a conversation with Jonathan Hayes, and I'm talking about the fact that we had 2 meetings, and at neither one of these meetings was an option of no path. And I think you agreed with me, so thank you.
Yes, because that wasn't the purpose of the meeting. So we didn't have yes path or no path. That was not the option. The option was feedback on the path itself,
We've got
not
7 of
yes
these
or
to
no.
get through.
Yeah.
Would you hold on, Mr.
Hashing out business that we've hashed out.
You're not in charge, so let's just settle down here a minute. I'm going to listen. I've finished listening to him. Okay, so now you can have the floor.
Referendum number 1. I think that I could support it going on there. I think that the wording of it needs to change to just be things that are factual. Obviously, we have people who come here who say that we would not be beautifying Beach Drive, that we would not be enhancing the landscape. So I think that those 2 terms could probably be reworked to just be just factual. I think there's a path forward that both sides, maybe you wouldn't be happy with it, but that we can move forward with this. So what I'm trying to do is move this body forward.
Okay, so would you say, should the city of Panama City use state funding to make pedestrian improvements, landscape? Is that what you're thinking?
What I'm saying is that you can factually say that you can improve pedestrian safety. You can say that, right? Because you can show that you can improve pedestrian safety, right?
Okay.
But the enhanced landscaping, I'm pretty sure that that's an opinion, right? Because some people would like, some people, if you ask them, they probably just want the entire beach to be all rocks. But the rest of us would be like, that's crazy, right? So that's an opinion piece, right? Stormwater and environmental improvements. Well, yeah, part of this project is putting in bay savers because right now all the stormwater goes into the bay. And I think that some of the people that live on Beach Drive don't want stormwater going into the bay, right? So that's a factual statement. That's not an opinion. Right now, stormwater and any SSOs go right into the bay. That's a bad thing. Beautifying Beach Drive. Well, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right? So I'm pretty sure if we went out here and we polled everybody what would be beautifying Beach Drive, some people would say leave it as it is, and some people would say, something else. So my point is that I think there's merit in the idea that the wording of it does feel a little tilted towards one direction. So just stick with the facts. It is within the publicly owned right-of-way, and the funds are restricted and cannot be used. So all I'm saying is just reword it to where it's...
So remove enhanced landscaping and remove beautify Beach Drive.
Or make it to where you, I don't know. I'm just looking at it, reading through it from just a logical type thing, and those 2 things really stand out to me as feeling biased towards this. And so if we truly are going to ask the citizens to vote on this, and then we as a body are going to stand on the results of this, then I want it to be factual. That's my point.
Good point. It does need to be factual and can't be biased. So we also have to find some, under the no, we have to have some positives for the no.
I guess we have to get through this today, don't we?
I'm not sure we can. But you're right, we do have to today if we're going to put it on the ballot for Friday, so.
Then I would suggest that we strike enhance landscaping and strike beautify Beach Drive.
I can support that.
Well, I think you would want to leave Beach Drive in there, though, just to clarify the location.
Oh, yeah, you have to, okay.
One thing to consider too, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, is you could put engineering improvements, because I know there was comments, valid concerns raised about erosion, but what is actually going to be going in there is on the south side of the proposed sidewalk is a turn down footer, which will actually prevent erosion and further beef up Beach Drive, in the event that there is a storm surge or any type of storm. So that is an engineering benefit to it as well. So that was part of this particular project to that end for your consideration.
I think one of the things, like taking your feedback, Brian, should the city of Panama City use state funding grant, blah, 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 to improve pedestrian safety on Beach Drive, and make stormwater and environmental improvements within the publicly owned right-of-way, with the understanding that these funds are restricted and cannot be used for any other purpose or location in the city.
Yeah, I'd support that.
Okay. Then I'll make that a motion to add this referendum with that language to the ballot in April.
All right, I want to add some language on the no against the proposed improvement. I believe that Chevron.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, point of order. I think he just made a motion.
He said he was going to support a motion. I didn't. Was that a motion?
I made a motion.
I made the motion.
Okay, what's the motion? Okay. You were going to tell me the motion again? I'm sorry.
Can you repeat the motion?
The motion is for referendum language to be, should the city of Panama City use state funding grant number to improve pedestrian safety on Beach Drive, make stormwater and environmental improvements within the public and make stormwater and environmental improvements within the publicly owned right-of-way, with the understanding that these funds are restricted and cannot be used for any other purpose or location in the city of Panama City. As a measure to that, the yes and no can remain as the yes and no, and we can just remove any of the other language associated with that.
Yeah, actually, it can only be yes and no.
So there's no other language to add. So strike through the language within the yes and within the no. Simple enough?
No, I don't understand that. So all the language of yes and no comes out, and then it's just yes or no?
It's strictly a factual statement to the project is all it is.
Okay. Can you please state what that motion is that's stating simply factual?
Should the city of Panama City use state funding grant number 450940-1 to improve pedestrian safety on Beach Drive and make stormwater and environmental improvements within the publicly owned right-of-way, with the understanding that these funds are restricted and cannot be used for any other purpose or location in the city? Yes? No.
Okay. We have a motion and a second?
No second, just a motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, under discussion, I don't think that we have given adequate information on the no, because you've talked about beautify, stormwater, environmental. You haven't said that this may cause, in other words, in this referendum question, you can add that there's been 2 polls of citizen involvement. Both were against it. Chevron, a large concern on one end, is against it. It's going to increase the erosion. It doesn't connect the marinas as it was supposed to do. It's going to ruin a public view that everybody has when they drive down Beach Drive. I would like to see those added to your referendum question, and you can still say yes or no.
Maximum is only 75 words, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners.
I think the point, what we're trying to do is get it down to just factual statements and leave it at that. So not being biased in it. And I think people have already made up their mind one way or the other. And, you know, I think that states what it's a pedestrian improvement, it's a sidewalk. And we're doing some stormwater and environmental improvements. That's really it. And it's funded by a grant.
But you are not talking about narrowing the road, which is part of the deal. You're not talking about the fact that we're going to tear up a already nice road, squeeze it down, and then the city's going to become responsible for it. So there's
right now, at this point in time, we have no approved permitted plans. So we do not know whether the road's going to narrow or whether it's not. I mean, that's the reality of it. And so this is nothing more than to see, should we continue to proceed and advocate, you know, or not. I mean, it's a support or a non-support.
And you don't see that as biased?
Well, I mean, in the fact that people have opinions one way or the other, it's biased. But from the standpoint of what the project is, it's a very generic statement.
All right. Your generic statement is we're going to do what? I'm sorry to ask you to do it the third time. I apologize.
So the referendum question is, should the city of Panama City use state grant funding, grant number 450940-1, to improve pedestrian safety to make pedestrian improvements on Beach Drive and make stormwater and environmental improvements within the publicly owned right-of-way, with the understanding that these funds are restricted and cannot be used for any other purpose or location in the city? Yes? No.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I would also like to add that there is some understanding that these funds could be moved elsewhere. And I think Ms. Bennett has talked to us this morning about having a meeting with Jonathan Hayes and talking to somebody in the legislature. So that's more smoke to put on this resolution.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, can I just read what I have? I know Mr. Street has his, but I just want to make sure that staff has, just for my records. So we have, should the city of Panama City use state funding, grant 450940-1, to make pedestrian improvements on Beach Drive, make stormwater and environmental improvements within the publicly owned right-of-way, with the understanding these funds are restricted and cannot be used for any other purpose or location in the city. Is that what you read verbatim? Okay, thank you, Mr. Street.
Okay, there is some question of whether these funds can be reappropriated, but that's neither here nor there apparently on what I'm hearing. Can you call the question, please, Ms. Smith?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
No.
Mayor Rowan?
No.
Motion passes 3-2 for the
referendum number 1.
referendum number
The
1.
remaining questions, considering it looks like there is no consensus, nor 3 in support, I mean, unless we want to change the question to ask something specific, it is an issue of a yes and no. It would have just been a multiple choice question for people to rank, but that was not it doesn't allow for that.
Yeah, that was explained to me by staff because I had questions like, what if everybody says yes to all of these? Like, what if everybody says no? Well, obviously no, it's not that big of an issue, but then they explained to me that it was meant to be multiple choice and then yes or no were the only results allowed. My problem with these is that we don't have, unlike the first one, we don't have the funding to move forward with any of these. In regards to the tourism bed tax, we could, through DPC, we could use the bed tax for that. But if we were to try to, say, enact the sixth penny or do something there with the 1%, that would require voters not in Panama City to also vote for this. And what I mean by that is it would not be the unincorporated Bay County. It would only be people within the taxing districts of those areas. And I think that that's something that a lot of people don't understand. And I did not fully understand it until I had a few conversations.
I have been working on trying to fund a civic center replacement. I think we have a mandate from the community to provide an indoor performing arts center for the community. I don't think that we need to ask them, should we do this? Because back to Commissioner Lucas's point, there's too much confusion that can be born out of this. Primarily, I voted for it. Why is it not done? Why are you not doing it? Because I voted for it, right? This passed, and so therefore, why are you not doing it? Well, if we don't have the money to do it, that answer could take 10 years to answer, right? I do think that we need staff to take a look at potentially going after Triumph funds as well as private money to look at providing us what would that look like if we were to chase after that? An ad valorem or non-ad valorem tax revenue, because I think everybody up here realizes that we can max out the ad valorem and it would not cover down on the things that we need to do, primarily infrastructure-wise, let alone a performing arts center. So I think seeking other sources, grant sources, is probably the way to go in trying to source monies and dollars for a performing arts center. As for the marina property, I think that with the amphitheater, I think that we need to have a discussion. I think that discussion should be separate from this meeting. I think it should be a workshop of just go out there, find the ideas that you're thinking about. I have a Facebook page that I run where people have provided a lot of good feedback. Some people say they don't want an amphitheater. Some people say they do. Some people say they want it to be 1,000 feet or 1,000 seat. Some people say they want it to be 8,000 seat. Obviously, there are some limitations to what we can and cannot do based on money. But I think that area there needs to be master planned. I think that needs to be led by us moving forward individually and then come together as a group to discuss what we've talked with others about. But I think you were about to say you were going to withdraw these or not continue further with them?
No, I mean, I think what, it is confusing. I mean, having this many questions. And that wasn't the intent. It was to be confusing. If it would have been allowed to be a multiple choice question, I think it would have been a different feeling of that. Unless somebody's got some suggestion like you did on changing the language of something that we want to hear back from, I
think if I were to support anything on the Civic Center, I think it would be, and I wish I had time to talk to staff thoroughly on this, but I think it would be, do the citizens of Panama City support Panama City seeking a grant from Triumph for a convention and performing arts center? And that way, it's not a question of do you want it, it's a question of is this something you feel that we should chase after? And then if we chase after it, and it falls apart because Triumph tells us, hey, that doesn't meet the requirements that we're trying to do, then we can tell the public we did what you asked us to do. But if it passes, and I believe it would pass, then we can go to Triumph and say, look how well this passed.
So it's a question of to engage public support.
Yes, exactly.
Towards the project.
It would be a public support type question.
Support that. Is that?
And I know we're kind of making the cheese right now, and we're making the sausage right now in front of the whole world, but we've got to have this decided before the end of the week.
Okay, so we're talking about referendum 2 through 7. Is there a motion to abandon this proposal, or is there a motion to continue on?
I move to abandon the proposals 2 through 7.
I'll second.
Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
But before Mr. Zimmerman reads the resolution, I just want to So him and I will make modifications to the resolution 202-502-11.1 to remove questions 2 through 7 if y'all just voted, as well as making the intro paragraphs not plural. We'll work with the city attorney and the city clerk and I think that's really the only modifications we'll make. I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page with that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I just would like to say that as far as the referendum number 1, the Beach Drive, I have consistently supported taking that question to the citizenry, because when we get the answers in a referendum at a poll, we know that we are getting answers from people who live in Panama City. That's been my concern about the polls that we've been shared, that's been shared with us, whether it was for or against. We have no way of validating that everyone who weighed in their opinion was a voter in the city of Panama City. And so I think that referendum allows us to get that momentum. And I also think it's an opportunity for us as citizens in Panama City to encourage our neighbors to go to vote. It's not just incumbent upon the city to make sure the word gets out. Those of you who come to these meetings, who listen online, I think all of us have a shared responsibility to increase voter participation, to have a voice in what goes on in our city. As for not wanting to put the other questions on the ballot, I think it's too big of a question for us to hastily decide in the time that we have left in this meeting today. Just don't want to sit.
Thank you, Ms. Lucas, and I would second your remark. You have consistently voted to listen to the people on every time it's been raised here. I wasn't always quite on your side, but you did. You consistently.
You even voted against your own motion.
I did because I wanted to move it to the city, which was, bad logic. I made a mistake. Be the first to admit it. Okay, we're moving.
Nevin needs to read this, if he can, the best you can do there, sir.
I can do it.
He can do it.
This is the title for resolution number 2025-0211.1, a resolution of the City of Panama City, Florida, calling for non-binding referendum, specifically set forth in the body of this resolution, setting the date of the referendum to be April 22, 2025, and providing for notice thereof, establishing the ballot title and summary for the referendum, authorizing the City of Panama City, Florida, to make such corrections and amendments as may be necessary to accomplish the purposes of this resolution, and providing an immediately effective date. And I would like to just point out that there will be just one question, and the title will be amended, and also the summary, the actual ballot question, will be as stated, I believe, identical by Commissioner Street and by City Manager Hayes. And I can read it again if you'd like, but that is what will be in the resolution.
Well, it sounded like he was going to do some tweaking of the resolution in the language, and he was going to have you and Am I speaking out?
No, you're correct, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Zimmerman pretty much just did. We reference non-binding referendums, plural. We say referendums. We say titles. We're just eliminating the plural nature of it and making it singular because it's just the one question.
Okay.
That's all. So, and I'll make sure. I mean, the final part of the resolution grants me the authority to make such corrections, but I'll obviously work with Mr. Zimmerman and Ms. Smith to make sure that what we discussed today is what's new. But that's all I was referencing was making it singular versus 7, because we're dropping from 7 to 1. That's all.
Okay, I would like to also, maybe I won't have a vote, but I would like to see that verbiage when you come up with it.
Yep. Once we send it to Ms. Ward, the Supervisor of Elections, I'll be happy to forward it to all 5 of you as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, we are now going to take a 10-minute break. Let's go ahead and resume the meeting.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, item 14C is consideration of approval for award of Carl Gray Park maintenance dredge to Bayside Dredging in the amount of $180,000 and 0 cents, and approval of budget amendment resolution number 2024-0211.4. That's probably supposed to be 2025, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Background information, the project consists of maintenance dredging approximately 570 cubic yards of sand spoil from the boat ramp area of Carl Gray Park in Panama City, Florida to previous depths. This project is the final project in the Hurricane Sally FEMA portfolio. FEMA will pay 95% of the cost to perform the work, and the remaining 5% will be funded from the Parks, Culture, and Recreation budget. Staff recommendation through the Director of PCR is that the Commission approve this recommendation.
I'll motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus? Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission adopted Resolution 2025-0211.4, a resolution providing for the amendment of the approved fiscal year 24-25 budget to utilize FEMA funding and provide the required match for the Carl Gray Park maintenance dredge.
Item 14D is consideration to approve and ratify 5-year leases with the Bank Corp for 5 new vehicles to be used by the Panama City Police Department, and approval of the new master lease agreement with the Bank Corp for future ongoing use. As background information, since 2014, the City of Panama City and the Panama City Police Department have leased vehicles to the Bank Corp under a master lease agreement dated May 19th of 2014, allowing for efficient fleet management. The 5 vehicles being added are Chevrolet Tahoes. These leases were executed previously by the city manager to prevent the police department from losing these hard-to-find fleet vehicles. A new master lease agreement for the City of Panama City will replace the May 19th, 2014 agreement for future ongoing use when leasing vehicles. Staff recommendation through the Chief of Police is that the Commission ratify the 5 vehicle leases and approve the new master lease agreement.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street? Commissioner Halligus?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 14E is report to the City Commission on additional appraisals and environmental site assessment during the due diligence period for the property located at 1128 Chestnut Avenue. As background information, attached as requested by the Commission at the October 8th, 2024 Commission meeting are 2 additional appraisals and the in-depth Phase 2 environmental site assessment, or ESA. The 2 most recent appraisals were requested and procured by the city and had little to no impact as compared to prior appraisals. Additionally, the complete Phase 2 ESA was completed during the due diligence period and showed no contamination. Both the full ESA and a 2-page summary of that ESA are attached in your packet. Robert Hughes, Esquire, Special Counsel for the City, is handling the closing of the purchase of 1128 Chestnut Avenue, and the purchase is to be closed on or before February 15th, 2025, prior to the purchase contract approved. As far as staff recommendation, no action is needed today unless the Commission desires to terminate the purchase contract and not proceed to closing as previously approved and authorized. This is budget amendment is out of fiscal year 2024. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you. I think I need to talk about this Saunders diesel property. June 2022, Saunders Engine and Equipment Company, they sold the property at 1128 Chestnut Avenue. They sold it to Terrell McGee and Laura Wolf of Wolf Medical Family. Purchase price 2022, $800,000. This was in the fall of 23. No, fall of 22. A backroom political event was then planned by Mayor Brudnicki, City Manager Mark McQueen, Terrell McGee, Commissioner Josh Street was there, and there were other city staff members. There were multiple meetings, but no records were kept. The plan at this time was to exchange this property, this diesel property, for the city parking lot, waterfront parking lot next to the boat ramp. This was reported to be a done deal. After I got elected, people in St. Andrews were asking me why I had voted to purchase this property, and I told them I didn't know anything about what they were talking about. So what happened when our mayor got replaced by me, this deal fell through. So Jonathan Hayes, everybody wasn't on this commission when this happened, so I think this background's important. Jonathan Hayes came to the commission meeting and he asked permission to negotiate the purchase of this property. Interestingly, Mr. Street made the motion to go ahead with that. Mr. Hayes did not know what the asking price was. He had a phase 1 study, said it was completely clean. The phase 1 study is really meaningless because it doesn't address the dirt. The city commission then voted 4-1 to allow him to begin a negotiation process, but a phase 2 environmental study was to be obtained. There were 4 appraisals of this property. The city asked for 2 appraisals, and the average of the 2 appraisals from the city was $797,500. The seller had to, as you might imagine, since the seller is selling it, he was able to find increased value in his appraisals. So Mr. Hayes then added all 4 of them together and came up with a worth of $1.011 million. When our city manager knows that the city has bought 2 appraisals and they're $800,000, and he wants to sell it for $1.011 million, I want to know whose side he's on. Is he on the side of the people, or is he on the side of Terrell McGee and Dr. Wolf? Jonathan Hayes then obtained a grant to pay for a phase 2 environmental study. Contamination was suspected, and a recommendation for a further in-depth analysis was made. There were 2 permanent wells, and apparently further scientific research was done, and the second phase 2 study came back that there was no contamination, but this was based on commercial. So I don't know if based on a residential it would be any different, but no significant contamination was noted. But before this second environmental study could be obtained in September 2024, Mr. Hayes, in an email to Mr. Hughes and others, said he was going to move forward with the purchase of this unless the commission didn't change his course. So he didn't have a negative phase 2, but he was going to move forward. He obviously wants to buy this. Let's see, we've had 2 appraisals since then. One was $845,000 and one was a little over $1 million. The appraisals, let me back it up. We had our 2 $800,000 appraisals. These were based upon the fact that there was no contamination, and we found out later there was no contamination. So those $800,000 appraisals would be valid. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that we would be willing to pay $150,000 more. No, we're paying $200 and something thousand more. Plus, we have to pay $150,000 to tear the building down and prep the site. We have other city property in St. Andrews that could be used for parking, and it doesn't have the stigma of being an old diesel repair site. I would like to bring your attention to Crowder Gulf. These were part of the cleanup operation after the hurricane. Crowder Gulf said that we were more crooked in Panama City than New Orleans and New Jersey. And when you look at this deal, where we've got an $800,000 appraisal, and we're getting a recommendation to spend $1.011 million, for obvious friends of Mr. Street, and maybe Mr. Hayes too, I don't know, this doesn't pass the smell test. We need to try to clean up our city. We need to put this tainted label to rest, and we need to vote today to terminate the contract to buy 1128 Chestnut Avenue. It makes absolutely no sense. I talked earlier that Jonathan and me decided that it was my responsibility and his responsibility to try to have a better bottom line for the city. Well, one way you can have a better bottom line is you bring industry in, you bring a commercial in so you can make money, maybe do the marina so you can rent slips. But you can also quit spending money that you don't necessarily have and you don't need to. This is over $200,000 more than it's worth, and it's to friends of big, deep pockets in St. Andrews. This thing is a bad deal for the city, and it needs to be terminated today. Anybody else want to speak?
I wish you'd quit attacking Jonathan publicly.
Quit attacking whom?
Jonathan. I wish you'd quit attacking Jonathan publicly. He's done nothing but do what this board has asked.
I'm not sure that's true, but I'm not going to dissect everything. We have some disagreements. I think he's recommending that we buy this.
He's brought this back to us more times than he has needed to, because he already has the approval of this board to execute on this contract. So when you say things like Jonathan wants to buy it, if Jonathan was full set ready to buy this, he wouldn't bring it back to this. He would just do it. What you're saying does not stand up to any critical thinking. What you're doing is you just constantly attack Jonathan, who, whether or not he wants to buy this property, if this board tells him to do it, he will do it because he is an amazing civil servant. So if you don't want to buy the property, that's great. Say you don't want to buy the property, explain why you don't want to buy the property, but don't poke Jonathan in the eye over it, over and over and over, when he's literally doing what we've asked him to do. That's really all I have to say about it.
You are entirely wrong, and I can prove it.
Okay.
Before a second phase environmental study could be obtained, so we didn't know that it was clean. September 4th, 24, he sends an email to Mr. Hughes and says he's going to move forward and buy it as long as the commission doesn't change their mind.
Exactly.
So that's obvious evidence that he was going to do it.
That's what I'm saying is, could you have bought it without bringing it back to us?
Yes.
When?
Months ago.
Like
Almost a year ago.
Yeah, almost a year ago, right? You could have. But sensing that this is probably something that you don't want to do, he continues to bring this back to us. And so the person who's literally trying to help you with this, where you're asking us to not do this, you're the one that you keep poking him in the eye every time he brings it back to us.
I fundamentally 100% disagree with you. He is in the pocket of Mr. Street, and Mr. Street has buddies over there named Terry McGee and Wolf.
Okay.
This was a backroom deal. It was cut with McGee and it was cut with Wolf. I have good evidence of reliable people who know these meetings occurred. And if you want to talk privately, I'll talk privately and I'll give you the names, but I think they want to be, I think they prefer to be anonymous.
You're on the public dais, Mr. Mayor. I mean,
Pardon me?
if you've got some kind of evidence, I mean, I would love for you to share that with the rest of the general public. Since you love to throw out accusations on people trying to serve our city, why don't you share whatever information that you have? Don't hide, share it.
Did you meet with McGee and Brudnicki and McQueen and try to make a deal on this property? Because I don't believe you. I believe you did.
100% no.
Okay. Well, I know there are people, one of them is sitting up on the dais that says there were meetings that occurred.
There have been plenty of discussions about creating parking in St. Andrews, but the idea that a former mayor and myself would violate sunshine law by being in a meeting together to discuss something that would be on the agenda. You just accused me of doing something that's against the law. Absolutely not. And frankly, you should yourself evaluate yourself when you're throwing out accusations that you have no evidence to that are obviously false. So you, sir, are a liar.
Well, you're exactly wrong because I have this from reliable people that there were meetings down there. Now, maybe every time Brudnicki came, you went outside the room, so you weren't there as a sunshine violation. But this is part of a deal. We're paying about $300,000 too much, and we're paying your friends.
We have an appraisal for $1.13 million. We have an appraisal for $845,000. We have a clean piece of property in which the phase one said it was clean. Now the phase two says it's clean as well. We keep talking about this for over a year. I'm kind of done talking about it at this point in time.
Good.
I just,
You can go right ahead and vote for it, and you can go ahead and waste some city money and pay off your friends. That's what's going to happen.
I know, Jonathan, that you work hard to try to serve all of us up here. I know that because there's things that I've asked you to do, and then you come back to me and you say, "Sir, respectfully, if I were to do that for you, that wouldn't be fair to your colleagues on the board." And I go, "You're absolutely right." You and I have had that conversation because sometimes, you know, in doing this job, there's things that you want to see done or whatnot, and then you realize, okay, no, I can't do that without the support of the rest of the board. And so I appreciate you. I appreciate you serving. I'm sorry that you have to deal with this all the time, but I appreciate you bringing this back to us, even though you could have executed on this almost a year ago. So, I mean, to me, the issue isn't even really about this. It's about just the constant poke in the eye that you get every time we meet. And it's starting to get old to me. So I just want to say thank you.
Josh,
I would concur.
I've been here since conversations. I was obviously not privy to meetings with you or with other people. The only thing you're guilty of is doing your best to try to grow in a good way, St. Andrews. So what I want to focus on is this. I just want to say, I know the Greenville mayor came here. Some of you were able to listen to him. He's like a hero to how to make a city thrive. And he has a lot of knowledge, and he's been the mayor there for a long time. Part of what I've learned from him over the 8 years is that there's investment into things to get a greater outcome. And, you know, producing parking, having parking, all it does is promote new business, healthy business. I mean, it's a good thing to do if you can do it. To the mayor's point, last time we were waiting on the second contamination, and I still wasn't against it, but I did agree with him that it made the property less valuable. And, you know, we do have a, yeah, I was thinking about something actually that Doc had said last time about like, well, why would we listen to their appraisal? But I mean, if I sell my house, you know, I know how much I'm willing to sell my house for and what my house is worth. And I wouldn't like just because someone came in and said they wanted to buy my house for $500,000 if it was worth $600,000. So I think all that's tit for tat. I do think that this is a great way to invest. You're very limited in property there, and property today is less expensive than it's going to be in 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. So this is forward thinking. The property is not contaminated. Although I would like business to be there instead of parking. I understand the necessity through all that. In this, though, I just want to reiterate that we were giving special attention to boaters, that we were going to make sure that we were going to give some priority to, you know, boaters that were putting in the ramp and all that. I just don't want to forget that.
Yep.
Yeah. So as a reminder, Commissioner, the lot immediately to the west of this is behind Hunt's and the little Chevron gas station. That's going to be, I want to say, 18 to 20 boat trailer spots. You can come up 11th Court after dropping your boat at the ramp, park it there, and then go right back down 12th Street, straight back to that ramp. So this, as we move forward with this, with both the resurfacing and repaving, we will do both this one and the boat trailer designated parking behind Hunt's and the Chevron gas station.
And the location there for a parking garage in the future, I'm just going to give my little tidbits while I'm here.
That is the long-term plan.
Wonderful P3, another way for the city to get that paid for and make some money in return. So it's not just, you know, dust sitting there. That's just my little 2 cents for the future.
I think the parking not immediately on Beck is what makes the most sense, kind of that one block off. So,
Don't we have parking on Beck? Or we have lots on Beck that could be used for parking? Is that not true?
Parking on Beck Avenue.
We have parking on Beck that could be used for parking.
We did own some lots, but the beauty with this one is it's completely impervious, so there's no real stormwater that has to be done. The ones at 13th and Beck are all grass, so there'd be a lot of heavy stormwater requirements for a parking lot. Plus, again, in this, as we laid out in that long-term strategy memo for increasing parking in and around downtown St. Andrews, that was that piece of parcel up against Beck Avenue is better served. And I think the commission agreed and confirmed that for commercial as opposed to just a parking lot right on Beck.
This is still a swap. I mean, this is still funded by selling property and the cell tower and all that?
Correct. The actual to both reimburse the funds that were used and also for the repaving and the restriping to delineate that parking for both this one and the boat trailer parking that we need to do as well.
You made that commitment to Jan, so she knows that.
Oh, she won't let me forget.
Okay. We'll make sure.
As I think has been mentioned, this property has become less valuable. It's not worth $800,000. But you all got friends to pay off, so I understand. You're going to go ahead and vote, get them paid off.
There's no vote needed because he's already got that from us. He's had over a year to move forward. I recommend we move on to item 14F.
Mr. Zimmerman, if we don't do anything today, that means these other 4 people have bought a lot for about $250,000 more than it's worth.
Mayor, if we don't do anything today, then the closing will close pursuant to Mr. Hughes is helping the city on this matter. And the city will pay exactly what the city, 4/5 of the city commissioners agreed was a fair price for this piece of property.
Okay. I guess the commissioners are in the appraisal business if they decided that was a fair price. Thank you. Okay, so we don't need to say anything?
No,
Was that right?
no action. No action is required. This is for information purposes.
All right. Well, cheers to McGee and Wolf.
I would like to say for me, there was an appraisal that was over $1 million.
3.
Okay, so we're not just picking one. We're looking at the whole picture of appraisals that came in.
Yes, ma'am. All right, item 14F is consideration to authorize the City of Panama City to purchase a 20-foot by 95-foot portion of 3900 West 16th Street, Panama City, Florida 32401, to relocate pump station or lift station number 16 for $125,000.00. As background information, the City of Panama City is requesting to purchase 20-foot by 95-foot portion of 3900 West 16th Street, Panama City, Florida 32401, to relocate pump station number 16 to this new location for $125,000.00. Barge Design Solutions was tasked with the relocation of pump station 16, and after an intensive search, chose this location as the most feasible location considering topography, availability, design of both gravity and forced sewer mains, and eventual rerouting of wastewater to the St. Andrews Wastewater Treatment Plant. This land acquisition is also necessary for the relocation of Pump Station 16 and the associated gravity main located in St. Andrews Bay. The relocation of Pump Station 16 is covered by a $3.25 million FDEP grant, LPA 0204, which includes land acquisition along with the construction associated with relocation. Additionally, FEMA, through an HMGP grant, paid for the approximate $300,000+ in engineering cost, and additional monies from HMGP will support the construction expenses associated with the relocation of the pump station and the necessary underground infrastructure. Staff recommends approval of this purchase. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners?
Thank you. I think this is typical underhanded policy of the city. The meeting that I went to and the neighbors that I walked to around there, a huge majority are totally against this. This thing got put on the agenda last night and this morning, so none of the people that are involved have had any opportunity whatsoever to be heard. They may not win, but they're not going to even be heard. So this is when people talk about there's no transparency, we don't listen to anybody. This is a perfect 100% example. You've gone ahead, you've talked about buying some property and putting a lift station in and then putting in well, there's other possibilities there, but none of that has been looked at. You just bring this here and ask us to go ahead and vote on it. The people involved on Drummond Avenue have had absolutely no say whatsoever on this. And I called a few of them yesterday. Some of them are out of town. None of them could come to this meeting. So I recommend that this be, my feeling is this should be tabled and be brought back for further discussion. And that way we could let the people that are involved, let them have some input, and maybe they have some suggestions. Anybody else want to speak?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to yield my time to Ms. Bonham, who's been patiently waiting to address some concerns that were brought earlier.
Now, I would appreciate that because I was a little bit confused as to if this was something they wanted or they didn't want.
I don't think anybody wants it. Like, nobody wants it.
Okay, Ms. Bonham, you're going to come and you have...
I think you need a vote on that.
Pardon me, wait a second. Oh, hold on. You're exactly right, Ms. Smith. She said that, let's see, Mr. Street has recommended that we have Ms. Bonham come up and speak. And so are you making a motion?
For Ms. Bonham to have
Second.
time.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus? Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, you got your 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mary Bonham, 1413 Deer.
Can you pull the mic down, please, ma'am? Thank you.
Mary Bonham, 1413 Deer Avenue. Thank you for allowing me to come back up. I do want to
I got you.
yeah, that word. Yeah, I can't say it.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying?
I do.
No, we do not want to sell this property. However, more than that, we want the lift station moved out of the bay. I've said it until I'm blue in the face. We've fought for that for ages. Again, we do not want this on our property. Our neighbors don't want this on our property. There's got to be another location that the grant money can fund to go. I just feel like the out-of-town researchers came in, they found this location, and they were done with it. They went back to Tallahassee or wherever they're from, I don't know, and y'all went with it. And we were totally blindsided, you know that. But as we've moved forward, we understand, this might possibly be the only location, and if that's the case, we are willing to sell. We never said we were going to donate this land. I don't know where that came from. We never told that. We were told there's money in the grant for the city to purchase our property, which again was never for sale. It's not for sale. We have been offered from numerous people to buy this property. It's not for sale, but we will have, if we have to, we will sell to the city. And it is a small portion. Would you say 20 by 95?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is flat dab in the middle of our property. If in the near future or sometime in the future, we do have to sell the remainder of the property, it's not sellable. It would not be sellable with the lift station right there in the middle of our property on either side of it. So I appreciate y'all's offer on that amount. I don't want you to get any backlash because of that amount. I appreciate that. Because I feel like y'all are working with us for the future, if indeed we ever do need to sell the whole property, because it would not ever be a desirable piece of property. We're going to be stuck with it. But then, it is what it is. If the city has to have it, it's yours for purchase price. If not, if we can look somewhere else, hallelujah. My time is up.
Thank you, I appreciate that. It sounds like you got blindsided just like we're trying to get everybody else blindsided here. So thank you.
So I have a
Ma'am?
Mary.
Ms. Bonham, somebody over here wants to ask.
If you don't mind, do you feel like the city is forcing you into this?
Oh, yes. Yeah, but with compensation. But our neighbors are very much against it. We don't have to, our immediate neighbors, the ones who will face this, and the city was generous in saying that we could put in the smell retardant section, because I mean, we've gone by the lift stations around town that do smell awful, and I feel for those people that live around there. So kudos to y'all for offering that for our neighborhood. Anything else?
You know what it sounds like to me? That you are a very unselfish person. That what you're doing is you're considering letting the city buy it, even though you know it will be a detriment to your, I don't care what anybody says, it'll be a detriment to your property. But if you think that's what's for the best for the community as a whole and for the Bay, and for that, I want to bend over backwards and do everything I can, and we're about to talk about it, that surely we could do some more investigation to see, if there's any possibility of putting it somewhere that's a little bit more welcoming to having that there. I mean, that's the least I feel. I mean, surely, but I'm sure Josh is going to update us on all that. But I just want to tell you, it is a rare sight to see a citizen come up here and lay down their own desires and wishes for what's best for the community. And that you're in my head right now. I mean, you will forever be in my heart. So I just want to tell you, we never see that. This is the first time ever in 8 years I have ever seen that. So
I appreciate that.
I want to bend over backwards and do what we can to see if there's not something else we can do.
Well, and I appreciate all the work that y'all have done. I mean, we've had numerous meetings, and I do appreciate your time and your efforts. But is there any way to put it somewhere else? That's all we're asking.
So were there
Thank
other
you.
locations that were?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask if there were any other locations that were.
Well, I think the idea that she wants to look, and I think we need to look, and I think we get I'm sure your neighbors are going to hate you, even.
No, they don't. They
No.
know
Well,
what we're up against.
Okay.
And, I feel like today is, moving forward with the purchase price. And if it ends up that way, thank you for that offer.
Okay, but you are asking for other options. That's your first request.
That's what we've requested.
Okay, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I want
It
to.
was never for sale.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I would like to ask her one more question.
Wait a second.
Would you like us to approve the compensation with the idea that we would continue to truly and sincerely look for another location, so that if indeed we can, then fine, but if not, at least for a fact that you're okay with that compensation? Is that what you're looking for?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Then y'all won't have to go through all this another time. Get that answer, and then if we could still just do a little bit more research before the finalization, I think that's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll say what I said before. You got blindsided, and the rest of the community is being blindsided if we carry on with this today, because nobody in that neighborhood has had the opportunity to come here and speak. And we got a lot of good people there that need to be heard.
So to be clear, we were not looking to use eminent domain. This was a situation where we were offering amount of money to a citizen, and she feels like she has to move forward because there hasn't been anything else provided in this area. And she wants to see it. I think the neighbors want to see this move. It's just nobody's also going to volunteer and say, put it in my yard, right? So I understand her position, but as I understand it, she's not being forced by law to sell this property, is she?
That is correct.
Okay.
And I'll just add, when we use the term blindsided, first off, the barge folks are local, the engineering firm. They're local folks here that live in the middle of the Panhandle here in both Panama City and Walton County. As soon as the Public Works team, our city utilities engineer, brought me, hey, all this, I mean, this was like a one-year process to study sites, to look at the existing infrastructure, what would need to be replaced to get it off of the bay. As soon as the site was identified by Dr. Mazloum to me, I immediately called Commissioner Street and said, hey, here's the site. It's owned by Mr. and Ms. Bonham. We need to set up a meeting in the field with them. And we did that. That was sometime the end of I don't remember, fall of last year, maybe towards the end. So, until, and I think the area knew that we had gotten a grant to relocate the lift station, both from the DEP and through FEMA with HMGP, to both relocate it. And again, we're not putting in a new lift station, we're relocating one that has to be there in order to move this wastewater. Interesting fact, we have about 130 plus lift stations in the city because Panama City is pretty flat. And so it takes a lot of these lift stations and pumps to move our wastewater either to Millville or to St. Andrews. And so, it's a very tough issue because of all 130 lift stations, no one wants it nearby. But, we do want, we want, I think everyone wants the ability to safely move our wastewater and our gray water to our respective wastewater treatment plants.
Are any other parcels identified?
There were other parcels that were offered from the citizens, not necessarily the engineers, but is looking at the most efficient use of both gravity and force mains, and also preventing, and I think Commissioner will speak to this, preventing a lot of the constituents in that area, the homeowners, to have to come in and put a little grinder pump to kind of push that wastewater coming in a house uphill, which would have created perpetual maintenance. This was the site that was and we did go back and ask these questions. Either way, a lift station is going to go on this corner, whether it's a small one inside of the right-of-way that then pushes it up to a much larger one further up Drummond, closer to US Highway 98, or whether we put an entire, so that's creating a whole nother station. So the small one and then a larger one further up, or a larger one right here. And one of the reasons why it was slightly expanded to be the 20-foot by 95-foot was we are going to put the odor control in there, and also just for the the commissioner's situational awareness is whatever design of the 8-foot fence that we put around this, we've told the Bottoms they can pick it out, and we're going to make it match the house.
So a couple things, and I think, Jenna, I appreciate your comment about exploring other options. I do think that, both talking with Mary, was there other residents, what I would like to see them presented is how many have to move to a low flow system, which is the grinder pumps, if we do the smaller lift station. And so that they can actually understand the impacts of those other ones. I can tell you by the conversations I've had with them and through that, nobody wants to go through the $12,000 expense of the grinder pump. And also what's happening by taking it out of the right of way and on this property, there's some very significant things that are being resolved. There's a century oak that's right beside where this is. And this is what started this conversation was it's too close to the root base and it'll kill the tree. And so that's where Mary and Charles engaged in trying to maybe think about other solutions, as we have too. And that, coupled with the odor control, with landscaping, with appropriate fencing, with lights that turn off, they don't stay on all the time. I mean, a variety of things that we need to do to address the concerns in the neighborhood. But ultimately, the engineering team can't even move to those solutions until you acquire a piece of property, because obviously you're not going to go design something without a piece of property. And so, I like the caveat of continuing to explore other options. But I think, and Mary, I think the neighbors also understand that, you have to move the lift station someplace, and that force main moves directly up Grant Avenue, or I'm sorry, Drummond, and it's going to be associated with that. So there's only a very few number of parcels that connect to that force main to get it to the sewer plant, and this will already be the deepest lift station in the city. So this is an engineering, it's a big to do, but without the participation of this property, it is 100% worse for the neighborhood than with it. So
you said we would be putting one on the corner regardless?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, if we do the main lift station, if we were to take it further north up Drummond, we still need one to collect everything there at that, I guess it's the southwest corner of 16th and Drummond, and then to move it up.
And is that city right away you're talking about?
But it's also really close to underneath the canopy of the heritage oak
Oh,
tree,
that
the
one,
commissioner. Yep.
So if the city purchases this property, there will not be a need for an additional lift station. We would put everything on this site.
That is correct, Commissioner. And I'll just highlight that if you look at the memo, page 2, additionally, the grant terms are limited in scope and only include the design and construction of a single lift station. And I think some of the neighbors that were here did point out, I mean, this has been a desire and an effort for, I don't even want to say years. I believe it's been decades. They've been trying to find ways to relocate this.
It breaks consistently. That's like what Mary said and how emphatically she said it. This is one of our worst offenders in the entire city, and the residents report it often because there is no road where these lines are associated with. So the only people that see it are the residents that are right there.
Mary, you were lucky lottery. You should play the lottery. Maybe you. That's terrible.
Well,
of all the people, of all the parcels.
If you listen to Ms. Bonham, she said she wants more research. We don't have any neighbors here that we can ask about what their feeling are. So I think this is something that we should not be voting positively on today for sure. Tabling it would probably be the best thing. I don't think you quite understand. There's a possibility of building a small lift station on this property, and then there's a bigger piece of property up by the Gold Nugget, and this person up there wants to sell just for what they have in it. So it would take 2 lift stations, but you would have a small lift station on this piece of property, pumping it up to the big lift station behind the Gold Nugget. So that's something that could be done. I think this is a decision. When you do something like this, it's going to lower everybody's property values that's right around there. So I think we ought to try to do what's very best, which in my mind would be to listen to more people, and it would also be to look at other options and maybe put 2 of them. Well, if we look at other options, we get maybe another engineering company or ask the other our company that did it, ask them if they can help us find an option. But it would seem to me that there's still work to be done that might be more successful and might make more people happy.
They said that little lift station could destroy the roots of that massive oak tree you see right there.
No, the little one would be right where the big one is. It'd just be smaller.
No, that's incorrect. We would push it more to the corner, which was our right-of-way space. And again, I'm more than happy to follow the will of this board and go back and ask the question again, but it's been several months since we first reached out, and the question has been asked. I'm telling you, from an engineering objective standpoint, it's not feasible.
I think what the neighbors need to see is when we're talking about a smaller lift station, we're also talking grinder pumps. So the ones that would have to convert to grinder pumps need to be notified that unless we put this here, you're going to have to add this grinder station at each one of your houses. And I think
that would be our responsibility.
Mm-hmm. Well, it would be our responsibility if the grant would allow it. But I think what we're finding here is there's only so many things that you can. And even if we do it as a city, they're still responsible for the maintenance, just like it is in Kings Point. Kings Point, you have to pay for your grinder station.
Right, but I think that would be important to know because I don't know, how many homeowners does it affect?
It's
grinder?
quite a few, and the ones that I've talked to, they have no interest in a grinder station.
I thought maybe it was just the cost of it that's why I was wondering if that would.
It's the maintenance, it's the fact that and when we're talking about maintenance on a grinder station, we're talking about what you got to go out there and clean when.
Has there been a
something is
community meeting / workshop done like we did with the other projects when we would go into a neighborhood like Baker Court, call the folks together and do a presentation of everything we're talking about here today? Has that been done?
And the mayor was there as well. Yep. I was there and so was the mayor.
Is there any reason why we have to vote on this today?
I think the issue is if we're not going to support paying the amount, like they're not going to spend any more time in engineering, creating solutions that we've already kind of communicated to the people to do.
But does that create a sense of urgency for us today? I think that's the question.
Yes.
As I understand it, if we table this for 2 weeks, are we putting ourselves in jeopardy somehow with this project?
Well, I went to that meeting, and I can tell you there was about 12 people there. I don't know how well it was advertised, but there wasn't very many people, and many people that came up and talked to me said they, had not been able.
Those ladies live over there and they're disagreeing with you.
Mr. Mayor, respectfully, that room was full. It was the Lake Huntington Clubhouse, and it was full on both sides, so.
All right, I don't think it was well advertised and
standing
well
room only.
attended, but I guess there's a difference of opinion.
I think, yeah, by people that were directly affected by it. It didn't include people from
Yeah, 'cause-
over 98. It was the people that were directly affected.
Now, if we approve this $125,000, do you have to bring back the agreement to us, correct?
No, I believe we would be able to proceed with that. What would come back, the final project or the final sentence would be the construction bid to actually move forward with the construction. That would have to come back to the commission.
We would have one more bite at the
You
apple. on this?
absolutely would,
Okay.
yes, sir.
What would be our other bite of the apple? I don't quite understand that.
Bringing back the bid, sir, for construction to actually build the lift station, because we'll have to go out to bid and then make a recommendation to the commission to award it to the lowest responsive bidder.
That's fully designed then.
Fully designed, correct.
And in between that, what I've asked Jonathan to do is that we meet with the neighbors again to walk through the findings of the study. If there's any other people that want to participate, I think he's got 60 days to make a closing. That doesn't mean it's going to take 60 days. It just means that it doesn't mean that we stop conversating and working with the neighbors regardless of what we do today. Like, I'm not going to stop advocating for the very best option, even when we approve this today.
And to your point, Commissioner Lucas, we'll obviously have another meeting to update them on this, but before we start actual construction, we will also have another meeting with the neighborhood to let them know the impact that the construction itself, because they're also getting new roads, because the road's gonna have to get ripped up there's a sewer main that goes through there. And so we want to make sure on the front end, as we do with all of our projects, and the project management team will be there, the design engineers will be there, and we'll be able to do that. So there'll be multiple meetings going forward.
Jonathan and Josh, I'm sure you're already doing this, but how we've done some of the most recent, at least by Hotel Indigo, how we did a really nice stained fence, and you cannot tell at all that's, I mean, it just obviously landscaping, anything we can do to protect, because it sounds like we don't have any other options, is what it sounds like. And it sounds like other neighbors weren't willing, maybe some other ones were identified, but they weren't willing to.
I mean, nobody wants it.
The mayor
So, I
didn't
mean,
like this, but it makes me wonder
yeah.
if they're getting paid enough. I'm like, oh.
Attorney Zimmerman, would it be appropriate to put some sort of clause that says, should the city abandon CAP or no longer need this, that the property owners would have the first right of refusal to get that property back, and let it just not sit idle on their property, should that ever be the case?
Responsible for moving it. That'd be a long time from now, but.
Are you trying to deal with a situation where the city buys it and then comes up with a different alternative
In
and
the
doesn't
unlikely
need
event,
it?
10, 20, 30 years down the line, this property is no longer needed for whatever reason, 50 years, 100 years,
Yeah.
that it wouldn't just, not go to whoever the landowner is at that time, revert back.
It could, yes. You could put either a reverter, if it's no longer being used for the purpose it was purchased for. It could have a right, if they want it back, they could have a right to have it back. You could do a first right of refusal. Typically, once you improve property with the lift station, individuals, if it's really done, then are not eager to get it back. But you could put that.
And Commissioner Halligus, yes, absolutely. We've already promised that whatever type of material, fence, look, that the Bottoms want, that's what we'll do, 8 foot around it.
Any further discussion?
I'd like to motion to approve and allow Jonathan the opportunity to close on the property.
I'll second that.
You're listening.
Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
So there'll be an agreement, just a standard real estate agreement that we use when we purchase property. Purchase price, $125,000. City pays the closing costs. A closing date of 60 days. The city manager is authorized to sign the contract and then close on the property.
A motion we adjourn.
Second.
Commissioner Lucas? Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street? Commissioner Halagus? Mayor Rowan? Motion passes 5-0.
Meeting is adjourned.